I feel horrible.
Good morning, Al.
Good morning, Chris. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good. All right.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Al.
Good morning, Mayor.
So we have Al, Russell, Mike, Randy, 4 council people. All right. Okay. 2 more.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hold on. I can't hear. We need at least one microphone to work. Morning, Councilor Sheldon, Mayor Pro Tem Brown. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I can
Okay.
hear you.
Just making sure.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Gallagher,
Mike.
how are you? We're gonna.
Yep.
Good morning, Councilor Savavi.
Good morning. How you doing? Thank you for pushing the meeting back for me for an hour.
All right, I have 9 o'clock. Laura, are we good to go?
Yes, we are. I think we have everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning,
And
everybody.
sorry, and everyone we're streaming, just FYI.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the, thank you for all being here on 9 o'clock on our Tuesday. I think I talked to Chris about how we proceed here. I think Chris suggested the staff go ahead and take the lead and make some discussion about these items, and then maybe we can start council discussion and pass it around the table and have people's thoughts. So Chris, would you like to take it away?
Yeah. Oh, we got a little feedback. You guys hear that feedback?
Do you have two? Yeah, do you have 2 mics on, Chris, by any chance?
Is your mic on, Jay?
Well, I can turn my mic off.
Yeah.
I'm muted, but I can turn it off.
Hold on. Hold on just a second.
I have no audio now.
All right, can you guys hear me
Yes,
I can hear you.
without feedback?
Correct.
no feedback.
All right, excellent. Technical challenges. I thought 2020 ended, but apparently not. So just to talk a little bit about today and what we thought might work. First of all, some really the most critical things we wanted to lead off with. We are hoping to have a bathroom break around 10:30. And then maybe if you guys are okay with this, maybe a lunch break for 30 minutes around 12. And then we came back at 12:30, and then that would give us an hour and a half until the scheduled end of the retreat at 2. Does that sound okay?
You bet.
Obviously, we're all in different places. If folks needed to, step aside for a minute to get a call or whatever, we have the opportunity to do that. But as far as scheduled breaks, I just wanted to get that on everybody's agenda for 10:30 and noon. And so what we thought we would do is for each one of these, for example, the first item would be the Gallagher Amendment and Property Tax Update. And then the long range financial plan. We just have a couple of slides that we would set the table with. And, we do not necessarily, go into a huge in-depth presentation on our side. We're just trying to set the table for the conversation. And then when we get to the tax issues, we will actually probably loop Kathy in for that portion of it as well, just so she can help out. You guys all saw the memo that the attorney and memo she sent you guys earlier on email. So if that's an okay format, I will let Jessica kick us off.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Barely.
You're a little soft.
Okay, how about that?
Better.
That's better.
Good.
Okay, just 1 second. We're trying to get rid of the feedback in here.
Try that.
Okay, how's that? Better? No feedback?
Better.
With the approval of Amendment B, repealing the Gallagher Amendment, the residential assessment rate will remain fixed at 7.15%. In 2020, staff included a declining RAR to the long-range financial plan, which has since been removed. Based on suggestions provided to staff, an assumption of a 2% increase per year has been added to all capital fund expenditures. Staff has also included $2.2 million for potential Highline Canal capital improvements and an additional $85,000 per year for maintenance to the Highline Canal beginning in 2022. The Quincy Farm improvement placeholder has been increased from 1.5 million to 3 million, and the routine maintenance placeholder was increased from 30,000 to just over 79,000, with a 2% annual increase. It should be noted the $3 million placeholder does not include historic structure assessment costs. For comparison purposes, included with the staff memo in the packet were 2 long-range financial plans. Both incorporated the new assumptions. However, one included the declining RAR and the other did not. The all fund total at the end of 2042 with a declining RAR is negative $2.6 million. And the all fund total at the end of 2042 with a fixed RAR is positive $2.8 million. To provide context, staff removed all new assumptions and compared 2 long-range financial plans. These plans would be similar to what council reviewed when approving the 2021 budget a few months ago. Again, one plan included a declining RAR and the other a fixed RAR. The all fund total at the end of 2042 with a declining RAR is just over $3 million. The all fund total at the end of 2042 with a fixed RAR is $8.5 million. Based on suggestions provided to staff, keeping some of the new assumptions from slide 1, all Quincy Farm related expenditures, including the $3 million for potential capital improvements and all routine maintenance expenses, were removed from the long range financial plan. The all fund total at the end of 2042 is $7.7 million compared to the all fund total at the end of 2042 with the new assumptions and including Quincy Farm expenditures of $2.8 million. Staff was asked to research the history of the Catherine H. Anderson Land Donation Fund and found the fund was originally called the Land Donation Fund and was established prior to the conveyance of the Quincy Farm Conservation Easement. This fund was used to account for cash in lieu fees paid by subdividers or developers. Staff was also asked to review best practices for a fund balance reserve policy for the general fund. The city's current fund balance reserve policy was adopted in 2015 and requires a minimum of 6 months of the current year's expenditures plus an additional 10% of the current year's expenditures. In researching surrounding jurisdictions' fund balance reserve policies, it was noted Cherry Hills Village has the highest percentage requirement for a general fund reserve balance and is well above the 3% Tabor requirement. Finally, staff was asked to research the possibility of combining the general fund with the capital fund. The capital fund was established in 2011 to track and fund the cost of capital assets for the city. While the capital fund does not have a designated revenue source and will eventually be depleted, requiring funding from the general fund, staff would recommend against combining the two funds at this time. Staff will pause here to answer any questions and for council discussion of the first two agenda items.
Hey, thank you, Jessica, for the introduction. And just to note, I think that all the council members are here. I forgot to mention that. Everybody is accounted for. I think this is our first retreat by Zoom, so bear with us as we struggle here. But I think probably the easiest way is to give the floor, recognize council member by council member like we always do, and you can have the floor. So council member Blum.
A couple of questions, and I think I've gotten answers on that. Relates to the transfer to the Catherine Anderson Land Donation Fund. You're showing $3 million declining at 587, declining starting in 2028. Is that correct?
Sorry, we're pulling our documents.
Oh, okay. And the question is, that's based on keeping that capital plan, and don't recall seeing the capital plan, but we're talking about $3 million over a period of time. Is that correct?
Now, that's the $3 million that's being suggested for Quincy Farm. That additional 580 something, if you compare it to to what we looked at in November when we looked at the budget. If you remember when Jessica started, these initial ones have an assumption that we're going to spend an additional $1.5 million on Quincy Farm. And I'm assuming that's it.
And that's all subject to what we decide on Quincy Farm. So that's
Right. That hasn't been
as a
decided yet.
placeholder today. Is that correct?
That is correct. They're just placeholders.
Jessica, is that accurate? That's what I guessed when I looked at it, but.
Yes, that is correct.
And then you look at these, the two exhibits. Well, since we do have a fixed RAR, there's really no reason to look at a declining RAR, is there?
No, it was just given for context purposes.
Unless Mike Gallagher decides to do something, so.
Yeah, exactly. Mike,
Go ahead.
your
That was a
attendance is
question.
terrible.
No,
Yeah, sorry.
All right, go ahead. Next, go on to Dan then, I guess.
Dan?
Good morning, everyone. I just have one question, Jessica. Does the land donation fund get any other revenue the way it was originally set up to receive revenue by way of subdivision? We don't do any subdivisions, so I would assume the only revenue that it's getting is going to be transferred in from other funds, correct?
For the Catherine Anderson Land Donation Fund, sorry, we lost audio for a minute.
Yeah, which used to be called just the Land Donation Fund and then renamed. Does that fund has no other revenue source like subdivision fees coming in, correct?
Correct. Usually the the revenue source are donations through rec reimbursements or if we get any grants.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Russ, you what, Russell?
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go
Mike,
ahead.
you're up. Thank you.
I guess a question is this Highline Canal capital improvements, that's imminent, isn't it? That is going to happen. I mean, the Highline Canal Conservancy is what entered into a sort of a beta test with Greenwood Village, and we're all expected to step up and participate. Isn't that? So those are hard numbers that we should anticipate are going to take place, as opposed to Quincy Farm, which could change given the RFP. Those numbers could swing drastically.
And those were numbers we found in the Highline Canal plan that Harriet Lemaire presented. So
so it's eminent. The stormwater portion of that and the maintenance portion of that is eminent. There are some projects that are ancillary to those numbers that were in the memo that I put together for our later discussion, that are projects like crossings at Quincy, crossings at Colorado, some trail improvements in Blackmere Common, that those are, not fixed numbers. Those were suggested improvements that are kind of outside the scope of the stormwater portion of it and the maintenance along the trail. But the maintenance along the trail and the stormwater numbers are hard numbers. We don't know how accurate those are yet, but those are things that are going to be coming down the pipe as we move forward with the IGA.
Thank you. Just as a comment, I think we should take a good hard look at our fund balances. When we are somewhat of an outlier when you look at our other surrounding municipalities. End of comments.
Thanks, Mike. I'll add to the Highline Canal. I think what staff did is appropriate to put in those costs. Harriet has discussed the possibility of grants, but of course those are, whether we get those to offset those costs, hopefully we would, but it's certainly appropriate to include these numbers now is our responsibility. Next, Councilor Brown.
Well, that's actually on that note. I guess I'm wondering, I know that we had the presentation from the Conservancy and we, approved the plan. I don't remember discussing any hard numbers and specifically saying, yes, we're in for $2 million. And it's possible that something like that did occur, but if that's the case, then I'm wondering why that wasn't included back in November. So I guess my point is, and I was the person who asked for, what I think of a baseline is what we have absolutely committed to and know that we are committed to doing. And I don't feel that, an extra 1.5 million for Quincy Farm, that hasn't been discussed. And in fact, we actually have things on the table that might be different. So I don't know that we know anything about that number. I don't know that we have, as a council, discussed the number 2 million for Quincy Farm. I'm sorry, for the Highline Canal. And I guess I'm also wondering what the 2% increase, I'm assuming that this plan that you presented back in November already estimated some sort of increases. And so I'm wondering why the change, that was only 2 months ago. So I'm wondering what's changed that all of a sudden now we've got, $4 million in extra expenditures that we didn't have 2 months ago?
Great question. So on the capital long-range financial plan, we had an increase for expenses based on some internal documents that we had, replacing cars, replacing equipment, that kind of thing. It was suggested to us to stay consistent and add a 2% increase to expenditures, similar to what we do in the general fund and the Parks and Rec fund. So that's where the 2% came from. That's exactly how we handle it in the general fund and the Parks and Rec fund. And then
Before you move on, let me make sure I understand. So you had estimates that were based on, this is the lifespan of a car. So in 10 years, we replace this many vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. And then that is already in here. And now we've just added a general 2% kind of cushion on top of that.
it's just a flat 2%. So we went back.
Got rid of, okay, so they're not
Yeah.
combined. It's
No.
it's just 2%.
It's just 2%, correct.
Okay. Let me go back and look at, did it end up more or less or the same? Where's my?
Well, it depends. There were some years we were projecting a bigger expense, so it made it less by just doing the 2%, and there were some where we expected more. So
So what was the net in 2042? I know I have that document somewhere.
I can pull it. I don't have that immediately in front of me.
Let's see. Oh, here we go. I have it. So in the capital fund, not specifically what we're talking about, in 2042, we had, well, we kept making big transfers. So you're balancing out the capital fund every year now.
Correct.
1 million. Looks like it's generally a lot more. I don't see a total because they're being balanced out. I'd have to add the numbers across the rows. But I don't know that that's, good or bad, or who knows what 2042 will hold. But I think that's an important point for everyone to understand, is that we're just generally saying we're going to spend more. And that again has not been discussed or agreed to by the council. So all of those things are, controllable to some extent by when we decide to replace equipment, by when we decide, and if we fall on hard times and we don't have the money, then maybe the car has to make it one more year. Those are all controllable to some degree decisions. And so I just think we need to be aware of that when we're looking at these numbers, that we decide this, and a lot of it hasn't been decided yet.
Thank you.
Going back to if we started with November and just looked at, I think this is a key difference. When you presented the comparison of the long range forecasted fund balance that was presented in November when we considered the budget to what is presented here, it's a more than $5.5 million difference in the fund balances, which is significant and not necessarily required. So when you look at that and say 2.8, don't think, oh my gosh, things are dire. You don't have to spend all that money. We don't have to spend all that money, and we haven't agreed to do it yet. So, okay.
Katie, are you suggesting that our baseline should have been essentially what we approved in November?
Yes, that's what I requested yesterday. Sorry for the short notice, everyone, because I was trying to understand just the impacts of the Gallagher amendment. If we leave everything the way we discussed it and approved it in November or December, I guess, and we fix the residential assessment rate, the total fund balance of all funds in 2042 is 8.5 million. If we fix the residential rate and add in a bunch of new spending that we haven't really discussed or agreed to, the fund balance is 2.8 million. So I prefer to look at the 8.5 million. Like, we're on track to potentially have a fund balance of 8.5 million in 2042. Now, what fiscal decisions do we make? You know, we don't have to just keep that money and put it in the bank. And in fact, that would be a waste of taxpayer money. But we need to be able to discuss, it doesn't just get earmarked for Quincy Farm or the Highline Canal or whatever, just because. You know, if there's taxpayer funds there needs to be discussion by this body about what the most effective use of those funds are. And I guess that's my point, that the discussion is kind of yet to be had.
So
Katie, this is Al. The biggest items in there are the placeholders. Is that correct, Jessica? The capital items. And Katie, you're right. We've never agreed, I don't think, to those, and we don't know where we're going down the road for those. So she's saying, I guess Jessica is saying those are just placeholders. We haven't committed to it, and all you do is make it a forecast with those numbers put in there. Is that correct?
yes, that's right. Yep.
And
Good
that's
point, Katie.
fully appropriate. I just want to make sure everybody is, you know, in that place that these are forecasted numbers and that we haven't, this is not our commitment.
Right.
So if you look at that 2.8 number and say, oh my goodness, that looks bad. Well, or maybe you don't, but if you do, then know that it could be 8.5. So, and I know we're committed to doing something for the Highline Canal, and it's not like I'm saying do nothing. And same thing with Quincy Farm, but you know, there's a big difference between 1.5 million and 3 million for Quincy Farm.
Is there any legal obligation for the Highline, or is that just something we put in there as a guess? Because we haven't committed, like Katie said, to fund all that, have we?
Correct, Al. You're correct. It's a guess. It's the best estimate. I mean, you know, of what it may be. It's a conservative estimate too, as I indicated, because of, you know, what's going on.
And I guess
And I agree 100% with Quincy Farm. I mean, obviously the you know, put in there, and I gather the sense of council is they'd rather see, you know, that nothing in that Quincy Farm line, because we certainly haven't gotten there and approved it. But you know, it is this is just simply numbers in the forecast. And
well, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say nothing, but I think you know, when we approved the Highline Canal Conservancy Plan, I guess I'm a little confused about what we approved. I thought we were saying in concept that we thought it was a great idea and that we liked the direction and that we were, you know, willing to participate in some way. Is that incorrect? Were we actually, you know, committing to do all of those things and pay for them?
as I understand it, no, we did not have some legal obligation by virtue of approving that plan. That would be the purpose of the intergovernmental agreement that Jay mentioned earlier that is yet to be finalized.
Okay. But then, so even the stormwater stuff that is Mike was referring to is imminent, and Jay chimed in. Have we firmly committed to doing that? Have we firmly committed to doing anything?
We're not legally obligated to do any of it.
Okay.
I think the idea, that we heard was that since this is a long-range budget forecast exercise,
yes,
what numbers should be put in for the purposes of understanding it for a forecasting exercise activity. If it helps, we absolutely, just for all of council's benefit, we did email Katie, just the change in the Gallagher to the approved budget long-range projections from November. We absolutely, if folks want to see, we've sent a lot of different budgets and a lot of different spreadsheets. So, you know, if you don't want to be overwhelmed, totally get it. But if you would like us to email that to you, we can do that right now. So, you know, just let us know if that's something you'd want to see.
Yeah, I think we can guess at it, and I think it's very important to lay out a forecast because it's going to be affected by whatever we're going to discuss later in the day.
Definitely. But those are all, I just wanted to make sure I understood too, that, you know, what we were, obviously we want to participate and be good neighbors and be part of the Highline Canal Conservancy project. The degree to which we can do that is based on the priorities of our community. And, you know, that'll just have to all be factored in.
Yeah, Katie, you make a good point. At the end of the day, we should not be servants to the Highline Canal Conservancy and their master plan. We have our own responsibilities to our community for the funds that we gather and spend. And so the point is, we should, yeah, we can plug those numbers in, but to your point, Katie, we really haven't agreed to anything other than we give them what, $35,000 a year.
Yeah. Well, and that we'd vote on every year, right? So
yeah.
Yeah. But okay. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Wheel.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I agree 100% with what Katie brought up, and everybody else seems in the same place. You know, that is, I understand the purpose of forecasting, give us some view into the future. I understand why we might want to have included these items, but yeah, at the same time, I don't feel committed, like, you know, we have all agreed to do this. The question I'm struggling with is, there must be a good reason, but why do we treat Quincy Farms differently and in a different account or set of accounts than Parks and Rec? I mean, it kind of looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck to me. And it seems like one of the large dislocations, again, we haven't committed to do it, but one of the large dislocations in terms of these fund balances are, you know, is around expenses for Quincy Farm. So why is it separate from Parks and Rec?
Jessica, you're muted.
Yep.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. We keep switching back and forth to help with feedback. I believe when it was renamed to the Catherine H. Anderson Land Donation Fund, that was done in order to track the Quincy Farm expenditures. So they weren't coming directly, they're not lumped in with the Parks and Recreation Fund. It was a separate fund.
Well, I can understand that, but in terms of, I mean, I can understand why we would want to track it individually, but wouldn't it almost be subsidiary to the Parks and Rec?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and then eventually the Parks and Rec Fund will be supplementing the Cat Anderson Land Donation Fund as well. So I can go back and look at the intention when it was renamed and see if the ordinance said anything different, but that's always been my interpretation, is just to track expenditures in a separate fund.
Well, and the reason I'm struggling with that is the way we display it, it seems like it decrements the general fund rather than the Parks and Rec Fund. Am I? Okay. Yeah. You know, the expenses. Okay. Anyway, that's all I had.
Actually, I see the numbers match. So like in looking at 2025, there's a transfer from Park and Rec Fund.
Which sheet are we on?
I'm on the Exhibit A under the first tab. So you basically see that the only revenue the Cat Anderson Land Donation Fund gets is basically transfers in from Parks and Rec Fund, which is a separate line item, And the annual revenue, which I think Jessica explained, is the donations and a grant here and there, or stuff like that. But it's
Oh.
mostly just transfer. And then you'll see down in Parks and Rec, there's a specific line item, transfer to Cat Anderson Fund. So I don't think it's actually
Got it. Yeah.
coming out of the general fund.
No, it's
It's not.
definitely not coming out of the general fund. It's coming from the Parks and Rec Fund.
Okay.
Got it. I missed that. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Counselor Savati.
Good morning.
Morning.
You know, when I look at, you know, the information provided, Jessica, thank you for putting that together, and Chris, you know, I look at it as a model. It's a model. And it's sort of, at least for me, it creates a baseline. I look at these numbers and I do realize that the intention is not that we are committed to any one of these numbers. And so there's some projections based on the information that is available, some you know, based on your experience, what the increase may be. So the short of it for me, you know, I am looking at, as I was looking at these numbers and your presentation, I'm looking at what is fixed, what is variable. And once I know the variable portions, and what by variable, I mean like a Quincy Farm. Then as we go through the day and as we look at the numbers, you know, we know what are the priorities. I don't want to argue over, you know, if it's something that's going to affect the budget $50 up and down. The things that are ordering, you know, 100,000, $1 million, those are the things that I really want to, you know, focus on and see, you know, have a good conversation on those and make some good decisions on that. So anyway, no questions, but this conversation provided a really good baseline for me. So that's all. Back to you.
Thank you, Counselor Savati. Okay, any other thoughts before we move on and let Jessica move on to her next presentation? I actually just have a couple of questions, Jessica. I wondered if, did you put in here any amounts or think about for the police for complying with the camera requirements, or is the chief was on, I know the chief is on, and whether she has put a number to that yet?
No, we have not included that. We believe we might be able to fund that with the escrow account and possibly a donation, but it's not included in this forecast right now.
Okay, so we don't know kind of the magnitude of that, whether it's tens, hundreds, that or. But I think we were talking about it might require another FTE. So I don't to do that. I don't know if, you know, where we are. Also, I had a question maybe for Jay too about the sewer. You know, our sewer reconstruction. That's all off budget here because it's a separate fund. Is that right?
So that doesn't come out of the general fund. That is funded only by the users of that sewer system and water system.
Okay, Jessica, you want to continue?
Sure. So at this point, we're at, I believe we're at the tax section.
Well, can you just?
Mhm.
So
Can't hear you.
this is the part of the agenda where I was, oh, sorry, we got a little feedback. You have to disconnect the computer audio. So if you go to the button beside mute, and then it says leave computer audio at the bottom. It's okay. All right, that should be better. So, you know, I think at this point the idea was this would be if there was sort of ideas or dialogue amongst council members about, you know, some of these long range funds, whether it's the capital fund or the Parks and Rec fund, this would be a good place for that. There's also an option we could have the tax discussions And then once the tax implications are better understood, maybe we could circle back to some of these if there wanted to be some discussion about maybe what some strategies might be from a long range budget forecast perspective. So, we can do it either way. So it's up to you guys.
I guess on that note, the observation that I would make, and unfortunately, this is the copy, what I considered to be the baseline that I don't think everybody has. So I'll just try to talk through the numbers. But the takeaway for me from that was that the way bottom line in 2042 is a fund balance of $8.5 million. But as we have often discussed and acknowledged, the funds aren't always in the right buckets. So under, what we, not including any of these other expenditures that we could discuss, we end up in 2042, if you cover the capital costs, we end up with like negative $12,000 in the general fund $12 million in the general fund and 16.5 positive million dollars in the parks fund. And I know we've always talked about that, but so that's in 2042. Capital funds down almost $12 million, parks funds up by 16.5. But that in 2032, those numbers are still really healthy. So a good 10 years from now, in 2032, our general fund has a balance of, if I take out the capital costs, 3.6 million. And our parks fund has a balance of 5.8 million. So I guess I feel like we're on the right track for now. Even in this model, things get a little dicey in 2042, but that's a long time from now. And they get dicey sometime between 2032 and 2042.
Katie, this is Al. I think it's appropriate, as Chris raised, I think it's appropriate now to look at the tax issues because, as the mayor pointed out, there's 2 or 3 separate issues which has a major effect of going forward, including the fund imbalances between the general fund and the parks fund. And I think maybe it's an appropriate time, it's up to you, Mayor, but I think it's the appropriate time to start discussing those because I think that has a major effect on both 2032 and 2042. And I'd like to, if we can, move on to that discussion because I think that's critical to addressing both of those issues. But you raise a good point.
I totally agree. I just wanted to point out that we got 10 more years before.
Katie, isn't that assuming that we do nothing with regards to investment into the Highline Canal?
Well, no.
Or Quincy Farm for that matter?
No, even if you look at the attachment in the binder, which does include those variable costs, we have in 2032, we have we got to take out capital costs, 4 million in the general fund and 1.1 in the parks fund. So even factoring in $3 million for Quincy Farm, $2 million for the Highline Canal, and increased capital fund costs, we're still looking pretty good, in my opinion, by my assessment, in 2032. So that was my point.
Okay, thank you. I do agree with Councilor Blum, though. There's some the big issues maybe on the tax side, and particularly our assumption about sales tax. All of these forecasts make an assumption about sales tax that we all need to discuss. So Jessica, would you like to lead that? I think the councilors are ready to talk about that.
I can kick it off with a really funny story. Just last night, my husband, not having any idea what was on the council retreat, tells me, he said, I was buying a bunch of stuff on Amazon And back when I set my account up years and years ago, I just entered in, the zip code and it populated the city, and it's just been that way ever since. He said, so just on a hunch today, I went in and changed my city to be Cherry Hills Village. And Amazon automatically populated the 4-digit zip code extension, and all of the stuff in his cart went down. The total price in his cart went down.
Sure.
Because we've been paying Inglewood tax. On that note.
Okay. We have to mute Chris's computer, just 1 second. Okay, we would like to welcome City Attorney Guckenberger to our discussion as well. City Attorney Guckenberger sent an email providing background on the issue and outlining various aspects for discussion as far as sales and use tax go. And staff put together a memo for the construction materials use tax. If Cherry Hills Village were to adopt a construction materials use tax, it is recommended the city use CML standardized definition of construction materials. It is also recommended that the new construction materials use tax would replace the current service expansion fee. In reviewing the permits that were pulled in the city in 2020, the potential revenue ranges from $403,000 to $899,183, depending on how the construction materials use tax is calculated. So with that, we'll pause here to answer any questions and for council discussion on the construction materials use tax and sales and use tax. Or if Kathy has anything else to add.
I mean, I think, Jessica, you covered it. I don't know what led us to this point in the discussion, having just joined, but the information I provided is in advance of this meeting is much more detailed, but it addresses legal issues, of course, and then practical steps that the city might need to take if it chose to make any changes to its current tax system. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, Mayor, do you want me to take the lead here? I've done a lot of research on this, and I've discussed this with both Chris, the mayor, and several other council members at various times, and with Jessica. The issue came up to me, it dawned on me, because we have built a project in Greenwood Village, about 97 homes, of which we paid a construction materials use tax for the last 15 years. And based upon, I went back and researched based upon their situation, which I think is outlined by either Jessica or Kathy on this, using a 3% use tax, we probably paid the city of Greenwood Village about $1.5 million. And I think I mentioned that to the mayor yesterday, and they've got more money, as the mayor stated, that they know what to do with. But here's the situation. I went back and researched, and a number of questions have come up in our various discussions with this. The fact that I went back and pulled invoices to see what happens when we buy construction materials from an outside city, Parker, Englewood, wherever it is. And by paying the use tax up front, we did not pay any city sales tax over the course of the 10 years or longer that we were involved with the project, which indicates to me that we would have paid the same amount, whether it's a use tax to Greenwood Village or whether it's a sales tax to Englewood, Centennial, Parker, wherever else we're getting construction materials over the course of time. And it did not affect as a builder the effect of the costs that were involved in selling the home. So to me, the research, it seems to me, and I went back and with thanks to Kathy sending us the materials on the prior discussions, and Mayor and I discussed this yesterday, why this did not go through last time. And there's I guess the way it was presented was not the best. And if we approach this from the standpoint, and I'm a strong advocate that, and we'll discuss this, going to the voters this year with this thing, because depending on Jessica's numbers, this solves whatever we have going out looking at 2042 by enacting this. But as pointed out, it's got to be done in concert with what we're going to do with the Wayfair decision and how that works, and joining in and collecting those sales tax and modifying, at least looking at Kathy's memo. There's a number of situations that we need to correct within our code in how we collect taxes. And I think that this is something that needs to be addressed comprehensively, including the Wayfair, including the construction use tax and the service expansion fee, doing it all at once. And how we present that to the voters makes a big difference based upon what happened last time. So based on my research and knowing how detailed this is and how this has affected my business over the course of the last 10 years, it's something that I think the Cherry Hills Village has missed out on. I think in conjunction with this, and you always hate to reduce mill levy, but there may, if we look at this comprehensively, there may be something we can do as far as going back to the voters and seeing if we can reallocate some of the parks funds. And do we need to collect the full mill levy on that based upon running out projections encompassing this along with the Wayfair and the STUS, I think it's defined, Kathy, on how we would collect the sales tax. So and I've worked with Jessica. I appreciate all Jessica's done over the last 2 years because I've worked on budgets with her for this period of time. I think it's a potential that's there for the city to solve long-term situation going forward. And I think it's something, if we do it comprehensively, including everything that's outlined, I think, in Kathy's memo, that we can do something to solve, modernize, and get our code to work where we can collect the appropriate amount of tax, not affect the citizens to a great extent, but the other thing I've discussed is we have to put some type of, and there's all different ways to do it. As Katie and I discussed, if she was going to go do a $5,000 project in her basement and gets lumber delivered there, does she want to pay a use tax? Probably not. I mean, those are all details that I think can be worked out as we go forward with this. But my position, I'm a strong advocate that we do this comprehensively, including the Wayfair decision, the STUS, and the construction materials use tax all at one time. So with that, I've spoken enough on it, and I open it up to everybody else's discussion.
Thank you, Al. I think that's an excellent start off, and I agree. I want to, Jessica, could you, I'd like to drill down on one issue first on the sales tax issue. Could you let us know how much, where that sales tax now is coming from? Who's submitting it to the city? How much is being received from Amazon? Can you break that down for us, the sales tax? Right now, you had 1.6 million in 2020. How much, can you break that down for us?
Sure. We get it from all over. We get it from smaller local businesses here. We get it from Amazon, Walmart, King Soopers, Best Buy, Whole Foods, pretty much all of the big retailers. And I can tell you, let me pull a spreadsheet real quick. I track Amazon specifically and can tell you how much they paid last year. Just one second.
Most of it came from deliveries to my house. I'm sure.
I bet I have you beat.
I don't know, Glenmore, it's constant here.
So Amazon was $220,000 in 2020 compared to $151,000 in 2019.
Can you tell us how much came from our brick and mortar retail sales here? You know, those that are covered by.
Not immediately, but I can put it together and send it out for you. I can pull in the country clubs and then the small shop that we have.
Country clubs and then our restaurants and things like that. Just a ballpark. It's 10%, you think? I'm just, you know, curious.
Usually they're around 1,500. The smaller businesses at the corner, they remit about $1,500 a month. And then Glenmore and Cherry Hills Country Club, depending on their sales, are about 10,000 to 15,000, depending on the time of year.
So of the 1.6, it's a pretty small amount.
It's a small amount,
We're mostly getting it from remote sellers, right?
Correct.
And that's actually something that under our code now, we don't tax. It is, you know, we don't tax remote sellers. And so that's the big change. I mean, what we're talking about is eliminating our code requirement that we tax only those with brick and mortar in the city and extending that to what everybody else does, which is anybody doing business here. And that includes
how do we track
FedEx Express that sends their packages here. So
how do we track that, Jessica? How would we, are these licensed businesses that we would then, I guess, is it?
Actually, Kathy might answer that.
Do the Wayfair discussion.
Yeah, this is Wayfair.
So your code only requires a license for those with a physical presence. License would need to be part of the comprehensive revision. I do agree with two words that Al mentioned. One is comprehensive and two would modernize. You guys have kind of it's an old-fashioned code, and it actually incorporates that physical presence requirement, not just for the license, but for the taxation of the transaction. And I have no basis for this, it's pure speculation, but I think that is probably in there because at one point that was the law, and it probably was inserted to codify the law in your code so that everyone would be on the same page. But the world moved on and the code stayed in its current state. So you would track with a license, and that would be part of what the comprehensive revision would include.
I guess practically help me understand. Amazon tracks with our address, to Katie's point and Brian's example. Same thing with Best Buy. All these references to big boxes are online references, correct?
Correct.
Okay, right.
And to answer Councilor Sheldon, the only people that we track are the people that have a business license, so the businesses that are located in the city. We don't track, aside from me just tracking Amazon, the former city manager used to ask me all the time how much Amazon had paid, so I've just maintained that spreadsheet based on his preference. But Amazon and those businesses are the only businesses that we track. We don't track anybody else.
Right. I'm in agreement that we need to modernize and get up to speed with the rest of the world here and take advantage of what's rightfully ours.
Yeah, I would echo that.
Yeah. I would agree that we need to modernize, but taxing products delivered into the city is going to be a big change. A very significant change. And I can tell you from past experience, what was proposed, whenever that was, however many years ago, was just the use tax. It was not a proposal to change the sales tax. And that generated a lot of ire. So it is possible that perhaps the construction use tax issue could be framed differently or proposed differently to alleviate that backlash. But I can tell you, if you start taxing everything you buy over the internet, that is going to be a huge change and not a popular one, I don't think. That's my guess. And I think that it would need to be managed very, very well. And maybe this is the opportunity because of what is going on with Wayfair and the state collection issue. And, you know, I mean, at some point, we may not even really have a choice, right? If we move to centralized collections by the state, we kind of have to do what everybody else is doing.
Yes and no. It depends, actually. You need to decide what you need to do, and then you sign up with the state, with the sales and use tax system.
Okay. So we're not going to be required to be part of that. I thought at one point we were talking.
No, it is just a portal that the state has developed. So Colorado has such a patchwork of taxes that the system is incredibly difficult. And in the Wayfair decision, one of the things that the court found persuasive in saying, okay, you can collect from remote retailers is only one of the factors, but is that there was a central system and it made collection easy, and really oversimplifying things just lessened the burden on interstate commerce, just made it easy, right? So because we don't want to inhibit commerce in our Constitution. And so that's ultimately what the deal is the portal is one factor. Also the threshold of $100,000, so that there's some content, some connections, nexus, but that's the purpose of the portal and the model ordinance.
Kathy, let me point out one thing. When I looked at your memo, it's clear that the state will not allow or will not provide for collecting use tax. Is that correct? They're looking really only at sales tax.
Collect that. The construction use tax or the motor vehicles use tax. That's not what they're not set up to collect.
Right. So
and there's a reason for that, right? There's other mechanisms that are in place across the state that are effective at doing that.
okay.
Are we at risk on the collections that we make currently if we don't change the law to eliminate that requirement of having a physical presence?
I think I'll answer. My answer is yes. That line, that sales tax line is an ambiguous, is not reliable line unless we pass this. And that's a lot of our forecast is based on that sales tax line of $1 million a year. If we don't pass a tax and join the rest of the world, you can take that out and do the math and see what that does to our forecast.
And anecdotally, what we have heard in our research on this very recently is that Cherry Hills really is unique in that its code contains that physical presence rule. And although a lot of other jurisdictions are getting voluntary remissions, again, anecdotally, they don't have that physical presence verbiage in their code per se. And so Cherry Hills really is hanging out there a little bit.
Right. I mean, in theory, they could say we don't require any sales tax and not remit. It sounds like.
Yes, and they don't pay it. This is not paid by Amazon. It's paid by us, the residents.
Exactly.
So our residents can say legitimately, where's my money? This is not, you've never passed a tax you've never authorized taking this tax money from me and you're taking it. That's a very legitimate issue.
That's one of the reasons, Mayor, I think that we have to do this, and my advocacy is to do it this year.
I agree with Al.
Al, let me just jump in quick. You know, so the way you summarized at the beginning, thank you for doing that. That was very helpful. And I think, you know, I think that, you know, from everybody's conversation, I think there's a consensus. Nobody wants to leave money on the table. But I think you ended your comment by saying, well, you know, it's really the detail. How do we work out the detail to make this happen? And I agree with that. You know, at the same time, I think we sort of need to also come up with a priority list. They're going to be, some of these are going to be a little bit easier to modify and approve and implement. Some are going to be a little bit tougher. So I think we just need to go ahead and identify, categorize them in terms of where do we get the most money coming into the city with the easiest effort, and then go down the list. So that's my only 2 cents on that. Back to you.
Well, I'd only disagree from the fact that this thing's got to be comprehensive including the SUTS, and modifying our code to bring it up to date, because like the mayor said, we may be collecting taxes that we're not really entitled to. So I think it's important we do it all at once, comprehensively, and not prioritize. There's 3 or 4 areas, and I think the mayor's identified those. And we need to go after all of them, do it all at one time, and do it. And I researched and talked to, I think Katie was on council, Earl at that time, some of the mistakes that went on the last time. But I think now we have something to go forward with, not only with a construction materials use tax, but with a comprehensive plan. Looking at one of the concerns is the money that's allocated between the parks and trails and the general fund, including all of that at one time, and going forward with that at this time. And I think it behooves us as a council to do this at one time, correct it now, and then basically how we present it. And I wasn't involved last time in how it's presented, but I think Katie, you may have been there at that time and know some of the states that are involved. So
I definitely was, and I guess I hear you, Al, and can get to that place with one exception, and that is that it needs to be right now. That is a big overhaul. It is not going to be without significant controversy. And once we propose a measure for the ballot, we as council cannot do anything to promote it or talk about it. This is going to take an enormous amount of communication. And I think at a minimum, in order for it to be effective, we would need to have a group of citizens who are not elected officials, who are willing to lead the charge to help get this across the finish line. I think that's a longer than, a couple month thing. We would have to have any ballot language, approved, I think by August or something. I just don't think this year is feasible for the amount of work and communication and detail that needs to be done for a comprehensive tax plan. And also, as I pointed out, things are looking okay for at least 10 years, at least, the way things are going now. And our budget is pretty conservative to begin with. I think this plan is pretty conservative to begin with. There isn't any major undertaking that we're not able to do in our current situation. So I don't want to rush into it. I feel like that was probably perhaps the biggest downfall of that effort before. And the pushback really came from that one detail, which is that nobody really cared about making developers pay a use tax or a sales tax. Most people don't even know how that works. They're fine with that. What they were upset about, and kind of rightfully so, because it wasn't correctly communicated, is that if I'm a homeowner and I'm remodeling my house and GCing it myself, and I have all the lumber delivered to my house, right now, I don't pay any tax on that, not use tax, not sales tax, nothing. And that is, there were people who argued, and who argued publicly in the 2 elections ago, that that was incompetency, that we were all of a sudden proposing raising their taxes like that.
Well, I think
it is a tax increase. It is a tax increase, and it's not going to be a popular idea.
Well, I think one of the things to address that is to set a floor, and I discussed this with Kathy and the mayor, some type of floor where a small remodeling project is not something that we're after. For example, if you look at Cherry Hills Country Club, $50 million in construction costs, you take the Greenwood Village example, 60% of that's 30 million. 3% on that is it's a big number. And that's something that goes right into our coffers and addresses the issues going forward. Katie, my only concern, and I think Russell can attest to this, right now what we're doing is incorrect. We need to modernize it. My suggestion is we got 6 months to work on this, is that we do this now comprehensively, address all these issues, because some of the things that we can go back and we have to look at the numbers offered to the taxpayers is maybe it's a reduction of mill levy. Maybe on one hand, they're getting a reduction in their real estate taxes. On the other hand, the builders are going to go build a $10 million house. They're going to pay their proportionate share instead of paying it to Centennial, Englewood, Parker, wherever they're getting the materials from. So that's my concern from a standpoint. You're absolutely right. We're looking at where we sit today, but I think now's the time while we're on council, correct this once and for all, have our code read as it should read, that what we're doing is we're doing correctly. And I think that if it's approached properly, and I've talked to you, I talked to previous council members about this, and we just have to approach it properly. Now, whether you get a committee that people that are willing to work on this to get the thing communicated properly, there's ways to do it. But I think we have 6 months. I think, Kathy, we have to go to is it in August? We have to have the language put together. So there's a lot of drafting, because it's like the mayor said, it's one thing that we have to correct what we're doing on sales tax, way our code reads. It's the other issue we need to correct, which the mayor is absolutely right, is the allocation of the funds between the Parks Fund and our general fund. And that's something that goes back to the questionnaire that was given out, I think it was 2012, 2013. What happens once this is paid off? So I think all those issues can be addressed at one time. And if it's approached properly, I think we can address it. There may be some things people don't like, but there's going to be things that we can structure it so that people do like it. And that's my concern. I don't want to wait another 2 years to try and come up with something on this. I think it's important that we do it now. Kathy, I appreciate all the research you've done on that. I think that's very comprehensive. I do think there's probably, and Kathy can address this, special counsel that can address some of these tax issues and get drafted what we have to get done timely. So that's my only concern from a timing standpoint, Katie. But I agree with you, the fact that we are in good financial condition today. But let's leave council, when we leave it, that we've got a long-range plan, something that works for everybody, and leaves us in a very positive position. So that's my position.
Well, I'm not sure that if we consider that $1 million at risk, based on the current language that we have, that we actually are in such good financial shape. That probably, among all of these things, gives me the greatest sense of urgency. Whether we separate that and do a comprehensive project later, but I think we've got to get the residency requirement out of the language pretty quick.
So Rainey, I understand that point, but people anybody could go to the city now and say, give me my tax money back, and they haven't done it. It would require everybody in the city to pull together all their receipts and go back to the city and say, here's all the taxes I paid that you need to pay me back for. The reality is that I don't think that money is at great risk. There's a small risk with anything. I agree that there are some things that could be, it could be structured in a way to make it a little more palatable. But I think that those things need to be very fully considered. I don't think we can just throw in, for example, a mill levy reduction in an effort to make it more palatable for people. And I'll just use the Gallagher Amendment as a perfect example. Back in the 80s, it made a lot of sense to restructure the tax base based on what was sort of occurring at the time. And now we see that that turned out to be a disaster. If we reduce our property tax, I'm not saying that it's not a good idea. I'm just saying that we have to really think through it. If we reduce our property tax base in exchange for sales tax, use tax base, then I believe our income, not necessarily in exchange for, obviously it's not 100%, but our income becomes a lot more variable, and perhaps a lot less predictable. Just something that we have to really think through fully, whether we think that's a good idea or not.
Well, yeah, no, and I'm not advocating that we reduce our mill levy in aggregate as a part of this. It's just I don't want to find us going backwards and on the sales tax issue, and maybe there's some 80-20 rule operating or something else, but it seems to me that's I don't know, I feel personally it's a fairly urgent issue to address. I don't know, and I don't disagree. I agree with you on it's complicated and it's got to be sold right if we go after this as a comprehensive package. But I still think, it won't get better with age.
It sounds to me like, maybe the angst, Katie, that I'm hearing from you is regarding whether or not we can sell this to our voters. And I guess, when I look at something like this, not necessarily from a municipal ballot issue, but if I'm trying to get something approved in my business world, we end up doing a lot of lobbying to our whoever it is that we're trying to convince, right? And in this case, I don't know, none of us on council right now, maybe, but for Katie, were you around when there was a ballot issue? Have you done a ballot issue since you've been on council?
Well, I think we pulled that one. I don't think we ever went forward with it.
It was
So
almost.
no. We
Yeah.
did do a ballot issue when I was on Parks and Rec about the preservation of the parks, but
Okay.
I wasn't involved with that.
So I guess my point is none of us on this call right now, I don't think have and may or maybe you have, but none of us that I know of have really been involved in a ballot issue where we've had to go out and put on an election and actually go stump for our cause, whatever that cause may be. I guess I'd like to spend maybe a few minutes exploring realistically whether or not that's something that we could pull off, as Alice said, in the next 6 months of time between now and August. Could we put together enough of a groundswell and an educational process to our citizens about what it is we're trying to pitch to them? And I think basically getting it wrong and doing it wrong, Katie, like you suggested, if we push this thing and we don't get it approved, I think the chances of us getting it approved next year as written differently are zero. So we're going to get one shot at this. And I think, Katie, you're shaking your head because I think you're agreeing with this. I totally am a firm believer in this. We need to do it right, whether it happens this November or November of 2021. There's no prohibition about doing it, or 22. We could do it next year. And I'm not necessarily saying we can't be done this year. I just want to make sure we do it right. And if it takes bringing in, expertise from the outside world to help us get this thing done and get it put out there to the public correctly, and make sure that we're hitting all the points we need to be hitting and getting to all those people we need to get to, we need to take the time to do it right. Because if we try it for this fall and we fail, I don't think we'll do it again on anyone who's on this council right now's term.
I agree completely. And I think what I would add to that is that what's really lacking, I think, in a message, in trying to build a message to the public, is an urgent need. The reality is we don't really need the money. We don't need the money right now. People are going to say, I already pay so much in property taxes. Why do you need the money? You've got, millions of dollars sitting there in the bank. Spend that first and then come talk to me, right? So there's not an urgent need on the financial side. There's perhaps a need on just we're totally out of date and not with the program, but I don't think that sells very well. And we don't have something to say, here's why we need you to do this. The only other reason we could do to create that kind of need is to say, we'd really like to reduce your mill levy, and readjust the funds that we have. And we're going to add in these other things too. But I don't feel, looking at these numbers, that we can effectively go to the public with a message of we need more money. Because at least for the next 10 years, we don't.
I think Kramer's been waiting patiently.
I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Brown's comments, because I think it does set the table for a couple things I wanted to maybe help council have this conversation. You know, as outlined in City Attorney Guckenberger's memo, you know, there would have to be multiple ballot measures occurring at the same time. And if it was truly comprehensive, as mentioned earlier, you know, there would be a ballot issue or ballot question regarding the building materials use tax. And then there would be a separate ballot question regarding the sales tax policies and codes. Even though those are codes that council can amend, it is a change in tax policy that per Tabor would have to go to a vote. There was also discussion about a mill levy reduction, which would be a separate ballot question.
And we'll get the mill levy reduction and nothing
Correct.
else.
That's right. That's what I'm saying is
Well,
that,
you know, I'm not sure about that. I mean, that's actually an interesting legal question about whether this is a single issue. And even if we did put them together, I'd like, if we can combine them, that would be ideal, right? I mean,
totally
if we
agree.
can find a
Totally
legal
agree.
way of doing that. And then even if we do it and it's not challenged, you can still go forward. So you're talking about some different things, but I agree with you. I mean, if you, in general, but there's a possibility we could put some of this together because it's the same subject.
Kathy, could they be combined?
I haven't seen it done that way. I would have to do some long, hard thinking about that. Sorry, Chris, I just want to tag on to something you said, which on the mill levy reduction rate, you know, your South Suburban ballot question actually says by an ad valorem property tax to be used for park and rec purposes at a rate of 7.422 mils or such lesser rate as the city council may determine. That's another interesting question, whether or not we may need a ballot question to reallocate that, but we may not need to go at a lower rate.
to just reduce it. That's right. Well, I mean, I'll because I got a couple points, I'll keep going, but I will say just for council's benefit for the mill levy reduction, from a staff perspective, you're never going to get that back ever. And I understand it's a trade-off and there may be revenue increases in other areas. But again, if we don't get to package the ballot questions or anything like that, you know, I think there's a lot of interesting policy discussions on a lot of the use tax, the construction use tax especially. But the mill levy reduction is the part of everything we're talking about that makes me the most nervous. You know, the other thing I guess I would, depending upon how that is going to work, there probably does need to be, practically speaking, some potential investments made to understand these issues. You know, from a campaign perspective, you know, technically speaking, yeah, once that ballot is out there, the city, not just city council members, but technically speaking, the city itself can't campaign per se. And so, you know, it may be advantageous to try and somehow, you know, get a committee formed that looks at this, and they may be able to work with a public affairs firm that specializes in these kinds of tax ballot issues. There's a few different ones in the metro area. And furthermore, researching and doing a lot of the legal aspects of this and understanding all the code sections that need to be changed, all the ballot questions, the wording of all that. I know this is in no way, Kathy, a commentary on you. I just know that we, staff, are filling her plate all the time. There may need to be some supplemental resources brought in there to help assist with some of that work as well. So there may need to be some expenditures that council would want to consider should we go down this road? I'm not saying they're bad expenditures. In fact, I would argue if it's money well spent in that it may help really get the outcomes city council's wanting to have, but it may involve some expenditures that we have not budgeted for, which may be okay. I just want council to be aware of what, when we're talking about these things, what that actually looks like in the real world, so to speak.
I would make a couple quick comments. I was there with Katie, and that letter that we sent out, it instantly shut that opportunity down. It was really poorly. It was our mistake when it was all said and done, and it just created doubt. And to Katie and Dan's point, we get one shot at this, and we have to make sure it's done well. And to Chris's point, we better bring in expertise, because we will get one shot. And to try and do this in the next 6 months, we've got master plan going on, we've got Quincy Farm going on. I think we're setting ourselves up for trouble.
And we still have COVID, Mike.
Yeah, you got all sorts of things that are pointing to 2022. As much as you'd want the urgency of getting this done, we need to look at our peers. How did Greenwood Village get it done? How did Lone Tree get it done? What were the things that took place, so that when we hit that start line in November, we're going to do very well. I look at the way Cherry Creek bonds are passed. I mean, there are huge committees that are formed, and they're systematic and methodical about their approach. And we need to take that same position because we only get one shot. And so to try and do this in the next 6 months, I think it's a setup for trouble.
Well,
let me add to that, that I think these initiatives would be better in these kinds of years. I think during a general election in 2 years, you're going to get many more people, and you're going to get much more difficult. If you have a higher turnout, you get a lot of people who don't know the issues and just vote no on any tax increase. We need to be careful about which year we bring it. Al's right. This is a better year to bring it. It's not 2 years. It's going to be a much harder lift, because we have to do a lot of education for people. That's your points are all well taken. This would be a major lift, and we need to do a lot of work to educate people about why this is necessary. And I'm not sure. I think we need to choose carefully which election we want to take this up in. But I don't think it's a one shot at all, and I don't agree with that. I think that we have an obligation to the citizens to fix this and to do our best and to bring forward to them, the best solution possible. But if it fails, we've got to do it again. So that's why I wouldn't wait for 4 or 5 or 6 years, because we may need to do this again and again to get back to fix our sales tax issue. I'm very concerned that someone could identify the sales tax issue and say, hey, this is not, bring a class action and say this is inappropriate, and you shouldn't be accepting money that you've never taxed. You haven't authorized this. What are you doing? So I'm very concerned about that, and not explaining to our citizens that that's the situation and that we're bringing forward something to fix it. So my thoughts.
I'm just going to add on to that real quick. Mayor, I do agree with you. Generically or generally, those kinds of ballot measures do far better on the off years, no doubt about it. To what degree, and is it worth it to rush it this year? I don't know the answer to that, and so I may leave this conversation with you guys before we go to our break here in a couple minutes with just here's a thought. A lot of us have some experience in ballot questions and campaigns and all these other things. You guys all ran for office. You have some experience in that. But it is a different animal with tax ballot issues. Who would help us really understand how much of an impact an off-year election versus a general election would have would be a public affairs consultant. This is, their whole job is to try and understand these kinds of things and they have so much more experience. Maybe a good first step is to get one on board on a limited basis, just to see, to get some initial feedback from them about, timing, what we could include on which ballots, sort of a political strategy, if you will. And then based on that, we could then make decisions on, all right, what do we want to do, from a legal perspective? How do we want to draft it? What do we want to do? Do we want to form a committee of citizens? Do we want to, I think the public affairs consultant could really help us with that personally. So
Just to add to that, anecdotally, I understand, Lone Tree has no property tax. They have a sales and tax. And I was just there in the mall the other day, and Taylor's closed. Lots of stores are closed. I understand that they've just hired a consultant to talk with them about what steps they need to take. So right along the lines that Mr. Kramer was discussing.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, having been involved with, many campaigns myself, and including the Cherry Creek School District ballot bond issues. But I do think I think that's a little bit putting the cart before the horse. Cherry Creek School District doesn't go consult with a PR consultant before they decide what the ballot and bond issue is, what the need is. They do actually consult with them around messaging about, what would people vote for? We need more money. Would people vote for a new stadium? Would they vote for nurses in every school? Would they vote? They do that kind of, but they've determined the need first. And so I think we have to come to some consensus. There are a lot of different issues here: construction use tax, general use tax, sales tax, mill levy reduction. I think we as a council first have to decide those things, and then we get a consultant on board to tell us, okay, what's involved with selling this to someone? What's the timeline? But they're not going to give us feedback on, or they really shouldn't be. The political process should not be driving whether or not we should have a sales tax now, or whether or not we should have a mill levy reduction, et cetera. And I hear the point is very well taken about off-year elections. Keep in mind that 2 years from now is a midterm. 2 years from now is 2023. That's another off-year election. 1 year from now is a general election, but it's an off-year general election, or it's midterm general election. And if we dig down deep and realize that what we ultimately really do want is input from our citizens and our community, then I think we have to acknowledge that more of them will vote in an even numbered year. And that, I realize that sometimes that makes things harder to get past, but if you look at what that's really saying, it's saying that you don't want to hear from as many people. You just want to pass what you want to pass. And that's not a very good message either. People know that, they see through it, and I think it comes across exactly as it's intended, unfortunately. So we do have to be careful about when we choose to do this. And it can't look like we're masterminding it to get the least number of people to vote on it as possible, so that we're just slipping it in under the wire.
I don't think anyone on this call thought that's what was going on, Katie.
But I just want to make sure that people understand, the public will perceive it that way.
But I think part of it is you get so much noise in these larger elections that we get lost in the dust, and it may be that in fact people are less informed, and earlier comment, just vote no, rather than having the mental bandwidth to think about the issue, as opposed to the barrage of ads and campaigning and all the rest of it for national office.
All good points. There'll be one senator on the ballot next year, and there'll be what I guess the governor's race will be on there. So there will be other things, and it is noisy, but the reality is that voter turnout is really down in odd number elections. That's why we moved our city council elections to be part of the reason we moved our city council elections to be part of the coordinated general election. Voter turnout in general elections in Cherry Hills Village is sky high, usually above 90-something%. And when we had municipal elections in April, like a lot of municipalities, it was ridiculously low, like in the 20s and 30s. I guess I personally would have a hard time feeling like I have represented the citizens of Cherry Hills Village if we move forward on significant tax reform based on the vote of 20 to 30% of the people.
Does anybody know, Katie, does anybody know our history on ballot issues? I know the South Suburban, my wife was on council then, was a major one. Does anybody know the history, how ballot issues have gone? Russell, maybe you know.
Yeah, well, that's a great point, Al. It'd be nice to go back and look. I do know that, we had a ballot issue for undergrounding, and that failed. That was a tax increase tied to a specific purpose. And generally, of course, anytime you can tie a tax increase to a particular purpose or use, that's much more likely to pass. Trying to do a tax increase for general revenue is a harder sell unless there's some other, theory. The parks one was the one that I was, championed, and that was an easy sell. I mean, we went around to people. There were still people who voted against it, surprisingly. It was kind of like, you can't sell our parks without a vote of the people. How could you be against that? There were still 20 or 30% who said no. So I don't know. And I think I recognize there is a very, anti-tax in our community. Talk about tax raising, on its own is very, very difficult. And it's a really hard sell. But there has to be a good reason. And I think we have some really compelling reasons why we need to do it. And if we do it and we do the right thing and we lose, at least we've done the right thing. We've done our duty of trying to fix what we need to, and the citizens ultimately tell us what to do and make the decision. I would say the one comment I would be about the mill levies is we're going to have a lot of extra mill levies in 2043. So there's a possibility of telling people, hey, it's kind of almost sunsetting the South Suburban mill levy there as part of a promise. That would be, there's maybe some flexibility there, just a thought. But all of these things, I'm just very concerned about the sales tax and explaining it to people. And maybe we do need in 2 years. I mean, that's all for us to decide, and you decide. But I would say that the history of Cherry Hills Village, it's tough to get tax increases passed, but that doesn't mean we don't try and do it. And I think the building materials tax is such a clearly desirable, and I think people would vote for it. I really do overall. I think that I could carry, and I think we could get the sales tax done if we educated people about it. I think they'd understand. Although those who are really in the know about it and don't pay sales tax for things delivered to their homes, they're not gonna like it unless they see some other compelling reason to do it.
The outcry over the building use tax, however many years ago that was much larger than expected.
Well, and part of it was just the title to that, and I remember that the angst about it's just not true, and if it and basically you're just misleading, and that was the whole focus. It wasn't this is a bad tax for this reason, or it was this is just misleading. You can't take it to voters because you've misled them, and that was if we don't have that, I think we have a better chance in some of this stuff.
And wasn't it one tax attorney showed up that created the angst for everybody? And to address it properly now, I think we could get past that. But
no, it was definitely more than one person.
Well, look at the minutes.
It was not.
Yeah, the minutes have one person. That same person is still with us. I won't say his name, but I know him, and he's a good guy. But he was very upset about the misleading appearance of this. So you can't take this to voters because they've been misled.
Right.
I
Yeah,
think
it was
the time has calmed down now, so that's forgotten. So I think we're ready we could start again and start with a clean slate and try it. And I'm, whatever you decide, I'm willing to, I agree with that. I'm willing to take on the effort and do this if that's the decision. I think we do need to be united, though. We do need to all, as a council, say this is a thing to do, because having a divided council go forward with it, it would be hard. Very, that's almost guaranteed it's not going to happen if we can't get everybody on the same page.
To pick up on Katie's point, I think we have, if we're going to go forward, we need to break this up into bite-sized chunks, and go one by one through the different potential ballot line items and get some consensus. So for construction use tax and this is the time I would suggest we do it today. When we actually go through these separate items and get consensus and flesh it out, and so that it does make sense then that we can go to a consultant and say, yeah, we're of this mindset on these issues. But if we don't nail that down, we're going to kick the can down the road.
So I think we definitely could do that. I would suggest that we take our scheduled bathroom break before we dive into that deep into the pool. So maybe we can all take a quick 10 minute break, maybe come back at 10 till.
Okay.
Does that sound all right? And then we'll start going through the issues one by one.
Good.
Can we also get some clarity, Chris, about, do we have to do them? Can we do it as one big tax package, or do we want to do it that way, or do we need to do it in pieces? That question's still hanging fire, I think.
And we may need to do additional research on that, and we may not get a final answer to that today.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I think, Randy, that's something that actually we have experts in Tabor who you really want to consult with to say what would be a single. I mean, that's something we can't answer, but that is a good question for a Tabor expert to take on. It's very complicated to say what's a single subject.
And now I think Randy's question is also just policy wise, like, right? Are you going before we begin?
Before you get there? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it's sort of both, Kathy, because if we can't do it, we've got to do it in bite size. That'll tell us something. If we can do it as a tax package, then that gives us that sort of policy question, or how we best going to go to market with this. Is it pieces or is it the whole?
Yeah. I know a lot of the group is gone, but I'll just say that in anticipating a short time frame, that is why I think a tax consultant would be very useful. But I don't have those answers right now. So yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll see you after the break.
He received a letter saying that DMV says the information on the policy doesn't match, and he said
Andy. How you doing? Oh, you're on mute.
Afshin, doing well. And yourself?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
I'm kind of getting myself excited about this 65 and up COVID
Vaccination.
vaccine.
Good. I just had a call from the Denver, I would say Colorado Department of Health. I had access to 35 million COVID vaccine from AstraZeneca as of yesterday, and I tried to get in touch with them to say, do we want me to get 5 million here to Colorado quickly? And all 35 million was sold.
Boom. That quick. Yeah.
Once it goes on the market, it goes really fast because some is allocated to the cities and government, but there is some that was to the private sector. And it's like, you got to basically be ready to jump on it. So
it's like gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blind rush.
So Russell, I don't know if you can hear me, but the gentleman called me. I just left him a message. We're playing phone tag.
Oh, good. That's great. That would solve all the governor's problems. The governor complains every time he talks about this. He only gets 60,000 a week. You could.
Well, I connected with the governor in North Carolina, Indiana, and then of course Colorado. But when these things come, you got to be ready to jump on it. You can't just be like, it's within a couple of days, it's a done deal. So.
Looks like we're still waiting on Councilor Gallagher. Mr. Mayor, I do think the idea of going through these one at a time is beneficial, just to make sure we're all talking from the same ones if you want to go through them. What I have written down is a discussion about the construction materials use tax, the sales tax policies in essence, and there's probably a conversation in there about what that actually could include, but then also the mill levy reduction that staff is recommending against. Just had to get that in there. And I also heard some discussion about more flexibility with Parks and Trails Fund in relation to the general fund. We have all sorts of other talking discussions, but I think from getting to where we need to get to be able to talk about consultants, whether that's legal consultants or public affairs consultants or whatever, those are the 4 potential ballot questions that I've heard mentioned. Does that sound right to everyone?
I think that's right.
Am I missing any?
What about the service expansion fee?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be by ordinance, you could repeal that. In fact, in 2015, the structure was repeal of that contingent upon adoption of the building and materials use tax. And, side note, the way it is right now as a tax, you could repeal that, but you couldn't increase it, right, without a ballot issue, just by way of rounding that out.
Okay.
That's about 100,000 a year that we get.
It fluctuates, right, as all building materials use tax type stuff would, but yeah.
But the logic and rationale for the service expansion fee is long gone. So it's one of those taxes that just never went away.
Yes. So I think everybody's back, Mr. Mayor, if you want to.
All right. We're all back here. It looks like it's 10:55. I guess the sense, as I understood, is to go through one by one kind of these, just so we're all clear about what issues we need to go. We require a ballot and vote by the people and approval. And if we want to talk about those and prioritize those, do you want to lead that, Chris?
Sure. All right. Why don't we start with the one that I think Al kicked off this section of the agenda on, which is the construction materials use tax. We've heard quite a bit of the background on that in Councilor Blum's conversation. I think I've heard a lot of supports for it so far. Are there council members who are wondering if that is something we shouldn't be doing?
I think we should be doing it, but I do think that some of the things that Al mentioned, like exceptions for small project, I don't exactly know how to frame it. We have to get a little more specific in the details about who we really do want to pay that use tax and who we don't, and then how to word it appropriately. But I generally think that, the homeowner doing their own construction project, shouldn't have to deal with that.
Katie, the homeowner doing that, would they be pulling a building permit?
Well, not if I'm like retiling my floor.
No, but if they do, then they would be covered there. And I think we set some floor, and we have to, maybe Jessica can run some numbers on that. Set some floor for a de minimis amount that we would not require that. And maybe that can affect people individually then. I think the target is home builders, major construction projects like country clubs and that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm familiar with a process from previous places where, to Councilor Blum's point, there was an amount, a minimum amount that you had to exceed on the building permit to qualify, and it was in an effort to, especially in some communities where they really want to incentivize minor home improvements for aesthetics and property values. So they did try and set a certain floor. And then what happens, generally speaking, is that it gets charged through the building permit process itself. And that's the collection mechanism, so that it doesn't go through the state or some other, that would be the challenge with an overall use tax is collection. With a building materials use tax, it's a much more established and manageable process. And, I think when we look at all of the sort of, just by way of example, the Southside Metro communities, that building permit process is what everyone utilizes. So for contractors, it really will not phase them at all. They will not blink twice at utilizing that building permit use tax process.
And the reason that's done is because you grab it really quick. So, and then they get the exemption from all the other, when they go out to buy the materials, they get the exemption. So the benefit, the cities have said, hey, we get it right up front, and we're the first. And that's, I will say this originally came from the underground committee, and it may be useful, as a background. We suggested that as a way for paying for undergrounding. All tax suggestions like this, will be more favorably viewed by taxpayers if they're tied to a particular thing. So if you tie it to, say, hey, if you introduce this building materials tax and will underground utilities for us, that's going to be much more an easier sell. If we sunset something, it's always easier to sell a tax if it's going to be used for a particular purpose and then sunset too. So that's kind of what we thought in the undergrounding committee, that it could be a tax that would only be in as long as it needed to for undergrounding the utilities, and then would go away. Those are just as a political thing. It's an easier sell to carry, than easier load to lift than just say, oh, we want it for the general revenues for the general fund. So
I agree wholeheartedly with that. My concern is that I think the single issue that I have with where we are right now, it's not that we don't have enough money, it's that we've got it in the wrong places. And so I have concerns about, it is much easier to sell it when it's tied to something that that's why we have so much in our parks fund, because it's much easier to go to people and say, hey, let us charge this mill levy for parks, because everybody wants parks. We, at some point, if we're gonna bite the bullet, it has to be to bite the bullet to free up the funds and not sort of further categorize them and put them into buckets. How much money was the projection to raise, Al? I'm sure you have that we would raise from that.
I think Jessica had, I was just looking for it. She's saying potential revenue, for example, if we do it the way Greenwood Village does, which is the one I'm most familiar with, she's talking about 700,000. Using a floor of $5,800 for evaluation.
And we would be giving up, if we do it in exchange for the service expansion fee, we'd be giving up 100, so we'd be netting like
Netting 600, yeah.
The $730,000 that I had in the column in your memo included the taking out the service expansion fees. So that would be what we would net.
Oh, so that's net. So net is 730.
Correct.
And that's assuming we would do it the same way Greenwood Village does.
Exactly. So on all permits with evaluation over 5833. I think when I was doing it, I just rounded up to 59. So the numbers that I used from our building permits were, they had to have evaluation over 5,900.
Gotcha.
Seemed like there was a significant amount of this that came from new home construction. How was that dealt with going forward?
As far as collecting the use tax?
Yeah, the amount of the use tax that would have been collected, driven by, in large or in significant part by new home construction. What did we assume going forward for new home construction?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, okay, if we extrapolated from history, we're running out of lots and new home construction. That's on the decline, I should say.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure what we assumed, whether we sort of drove that off a historic mix or whether that was tapered down as new home construction decreases in terms of the amount of taxable consumption and the taxes that we'd raise.
Okay, I looked at the actual permits that we issued in 2020, so not assuming anything. So I guess the assumption would be that we would issue similar building permits that we did in 2020.
Was a lot of that remodeling also?
It was all permits altogether. So I pulled in every single permit type that we have. It just had to have a valuation over 5,900.
And then to clarify, if let's say a homeowner is just doing a project themselves, they go in to get their permit and they're above the threshold, so they do end up having to pay the use tax. Is there an opportunity? Is it customary then to explain to them how to? I don't think the average citizen would know, and I think in the end would end up paying twice unless we. Unless they know that they can go to Home Depot and show that thing and not pay sales tax anymore.
You're absolutely
I don't
right.
really want that to happen.
And there would hopefully be an education that we would do along with that. I will tell you though, that since a majority of those building permits are handled through contractors, the contractors absolutely know. So is there an opportunity for Cherry Hills Village, or frankly, any city that uses this method to help, residents who are acting as their own GC to help them understand this? You bet. And I think there's ways we could do that, both through, if we could ever get back to in-person, with our clerk. Ethan is great at those kinds of things, but also we could have brochures on our website. I think there's ways that we could help our residents understand that. Yeah. The other element of this that I think it's relevant for, since we are sort of in the weeds on this topic, some communities reserve the right to true up the numbers after a project happens. And some communities just use evaluation, not because the actual use tax is based on valuation, but more as a proxy for a good estimate of what the actual cost of the materials would be. And they then don't go back and true it up. They just use that proxy number as their estimate.
Yeah, that's example. It's same with Greenwood Village. They had the opportunity to true it up, but they never did.
I would offer to you that I think my understanding is really the only communities that I'm aware of that do go back and actually take action on that are the really large communities that have tons of staff. So I know Aurora has done it on occasion. I think there are some counties that might do that on occasion. But I think even communities that are larger than Cherry Hills Village don't really do it, just because it turns into a pretty highly intensive effort for a minimal return. Now, the reverse, or I guess the inverse, is we would absolutely want to honor. If a resident had the receipts literally and could show that they were well under that amount and they needed to be refunded some amount, that's different. That's a different conversation to have. But if our ability to go back to a project and say, oh, you owe us more, I would just caution council to think that we're going to want to be that proactive
Well,
on an ongoing basis.
can we put the language in there but not act on it? The reason that might be interesting from my perspective is, you get a homeowner that gives you a wildly low estimate or something, or even a contractor, to have the ability, in the event that you really don't think it's going to come in as per the estimate, it gives you the opportunity to go back, but we don't need to necessarily exercise it.
I'm sure there's a way we could structure that to give ourselves that flexibility. I'm really giving council more of a heads up about
The reality.
the time intensity from a staff perspective, really more than the structural side of how we could arrange that. So
Chris, I think that's a good point. And Greenwood Village is larger, but they never came back and trued it up. They accepted it, paid it, and we're done with it.
Hey, Chris, wasn't there something, I don't know if it's Kathy's memo, they're talking about the difference between a use tax, if you ended up with a number of a use tax, but the sales tax was actually larger, where municipalities would start clawing, to go after that difference.
My memo does talk about trying to educate generally on the use tax, and it's just harder to collect and enforce, right? Because especially against individual purchasers, as you know, you'll go to some other jurisdiction and pay something and pay a sales tax. But if you're being taxed, if we have a general tax on the privilege of something being used, stored, or consumed, storage not applying to the building materials, but here in the village, for individual users, you're relying on them to report, and that just practically speaking doesn't happen. Businesses are a little bit easier because they may file tax returns on the use side of things. We don't have a lot of those in this jurisdiction, so the utility of that is up for discussion, I guess. But the building materials use tax, as the mayor astutely pointed out, has the advantage of that collection side of it is controlled by the city, so that anything that voters approve actually goes into the coffers of the city quite easily.
Are we kind of limiting the conversation then to building use tax? I mean, it sounds like that's the easiest to collect and well, yeah, and I don't think it's gonna be practical to go beyond that, and cars are already taken care of, I know, separately. So this is just about construction materials for significant projects. Is that right? Or?
That was my sense, but I don't know. I'm not on council, so.
I think that's correct. That's
No, I
my.
think it's accurate.
Okay.
So can someone then articulate what you would say if a resident came to you and said, why do we need to do this?
That's why we're going to hire a consultant.
Well, you're gonna have to tell them why, and then they'll, put some some context around it, but
Well, I'd say the
I'm not
long
saying it's a bad idea, but we gotta be able to start, we gotta be able to answer that question.
sure, the
You know,
most obvious is,
$700,000 is not nothing, but it's also not,
It's something.
it's something.
Yeah, you already have something in place that, as the mayor pointed out, the rationale has long gone away.
Yeah.
And it's really much more transparent to bring forward something in a, voter approved, but here's what we're doing. This is commensurate with all the other communities around us. In terms of the revenue need, and the policy rate reasons for that revenue, that's up to you to articulate. But you will be getting rid of potentially discussing getting rid of an antiquated method of doing something that is building things to general revenue purposes, and that's not what your goals and needs are, right?
And I think it's generally pretty easy to get people to agree to tax somebody else. So I'm not as concerned about that, but I do think, we have to fundamentally be able to answer the question, why do you need to do this? I don't know that I don't think it's a bad idea, but I don't know that I can answer that question.
Katie, it's a great point, and I don't know that the answer is, it's clear, but we need that elevator speech, and we all need to be singing the same song when we're going out to the residents.
I think Kathy raised a couple of good points. One is we'll be consistent with the other communities that we're involved with and won't be paying the taxes there. And I think the bottom line is long-term viability of the city. We're here as stewards of the city to make sure this city is viable 20 years from now. I mean, to what we can do. You can always quote Earl and Yogi Berra saying that trying to forecast this is impossible. But I think one of the answers is long-term viability and to be consistent with revenue that normally would go to the city if we had this, that ends up going to other communities. And I think a consistency argument is probably the best argument there.
I actually think your second argument is the best one, which is that, it comes to us rather than going to some other city. That's because, like I said, $700,000 isn't gonna make or break. It's not nothing, but it's gonna solve, be the end all be all answer. So I think that give it to Cherry Hill, like invest it where you live and not somewhere else is maybe the.
Well, we need to be careful about that because the contractors now, the smart ones don't pay any tax.
Yeah.
If they have the materials delivered to Cherry Hills Village and they don't pay, this will change that. So they aren't paying Inglewood or the other. If they're savvy enough, they don't pay Inglewood or Denver. They don't pay any.
Right. Well, that was the catch with the ill-famed letter.
Yeah.
So.
I think it is. I think this is one that you said, Randy. Really needs to be tied with the deletion of the service expansion fee, which makes no sense. So that's an easy say. Look, we want to modernize. We want to do what everybody else does in Greenwood Village, and the idea of we shouldn't be treating people differently simply because they're on one side of Bellevue or the other. I mean, we're the same villages. It's the same. Contractors should pay the same thing in each one. In Greenwood Village, I think is 3.5%, and ours is 3%. I'm not sure.
That's right. Let me look.
So we are a little lower than that.
You mean our proposed, or we don't have one right now, right? So.
Well, yeah, our sales tax.
Village is 3%.
Our sales tax.
But they don't pay that. So what was the amount that we would propose for the use tax again? The construction use tax?
What was the assumption you used?
60% of the value of the contract and 3%.
Yeah, that's the valuation. Usually your sales tax and your use tax are mirror images of each other, right? So the idea is that you're catching different sides of the transaction, but the percentage is the same. Okay. So although that hasn't been discussed specifically by this group yet, I think that would be the proposal.
the easy way to think about sales and use tax is collected from the retailer, use tax is collected from the owner. Otherwise,
It is worth mentioning, though, that our use tax is lower by roughly 0.25% than most of the rest of the municipalities around us. I bought a car and I had to pay use tax, and I bought it out of town, and the dealer collected what they thought was the right amount, because that was sort of the state's number for sales tax. And I ended up going for a rebate for that extra 0.25 point because our use tax is lower at 3% than three. Yeah, it was like a 0.25 point lower than our neighbors.
Right.
So far I'm hearing a lot of support for specifically construction materials or building materials use tax, paired with the idea of getting rid of the other fee that we've been charging. I have not heard a specific funding program to tie it to, or a sunset date. We discussed it and I heard in favor of and against, but I have not heard any sort of consensus on either one of those. Is that correct? And that's not to say that we couldn't add that down the road, but coming out of this meeting today, I just want to make sure that.
Well, yeah, it goes to Katie's question about what's the reason for this. I mean, if you're going to be, if you're going to go to the general fund and be for a financial, I mean, we do, one reason is our general fund under our current forecast goes negative. Well, yeah, I mean, that's one reason. That's one thing you could say. We need to fix that. We need to have a plan now so that by 2042, it's not negative and it complies with our own internal code and we aren't in violation of our charter. So, that's another reason for it.
Russell,
I think that's the best reason that I am aware of. That, I mean, that's the one that resonates with me. Now, I'm also probably biased by the fact that as staff, we are, having to deal with the budget side of things. But no, I agree with you. I think there are some good reasons, and I do think there's a good elevator speech to be had.
I think that's also, Chris, the one of the harder pitches to sell.
Agreed, totally agree. But
so, I mean, I really I reviewed that undergrounding report, Russell, that you were involved with years ago. And I like the idea of attaching this to a specific project. The undergrounding in particular, I think, is a really neat idea, but it doesn't really solve what we're trying to
Right.
do here. It basically is taking that new theoretic money that we would have and
tying it up,
uploading it to some other project that's not on our books right now.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really solve it. Although, I think if we wanted to do it, we would do it right after the, relatively soon, a year or two, right after these first set of power lines come down and get undergrounded. I think that's a good thing to point at and say, here's what we've started on. If you guys want to see that expanded, this is the financing mechanism in which to do it. But again, I don't think it solves our underlying problem.
Well, and I would add to that it also complicates matters because at this point, it commits you to doing it regardless of whatever that project is. You're now committed to doing it, whether that revenue pays for it or not. And I don't think as I discussed at the beginning, there really aren't any large projects that we have discussed and said, we absolutely want to do this at this amount. Now, how are we going to pay for it? So I think that getting the money and then finding a project to justify it so that you can sell it is not the right way to go about it, in my opinion. So I would be in favor of adding it to the general fund. I don't know, Jessica, not to put you on the spot, but what does adding $700,000 to the general fund do, to 2042?
I'll make it real simple for you. If you take $700,000 a year times 20 years, it's $14 million in the general fund versus the negative whatever the number was.
Say it again, Al. Say the number again.
If it's 700,000 a year, we were to generate revenue, you go out 20 years, that's $14 million. And our general fund will be in very good shape in 2042 when we all retire. If you look at general fund, I'm going back to
It'll be-
you can address it.
The general fund right now is, I guess under our example is 9 million under, so that would put us.
9 million.
Yeah,
And
that would put us roughly under our minimum, just about at our minimum.
Right,
Policy
5 million.
level.
And then, which that sounds pretty good to me. The other thing that I would say is that if you remember, you only get to implement a use tax once. So if we do it now and it goes towards the general fund, then we can't do it again next year to pay for project X, undergrounding, whatever the project might be, just as a thought. So I don't know, but I tend to feel like we should move forward with that and that we should put it towards the general fund. And I don't think it's as hard of a sell, like I said, when you're taxing somebody else. When you look at the ballot issues that passed, the cigarette tax passes, all that stuff passes, but the taxes to individuals that they have to pay themselves don't. So.
Well,
I could
I would
add-
offer,
Sorry.
go ahead, Kathy, go.
I was
No,
just
go.
going to say, when you have building materials, building activity, you have trucks coming in and supplies coming in and people coming in, and direct impacts on your community. And that to me is a very easy way to talk. It's not just that you're taxing someone else, but the tax is directly related to impacts on your community and costs that you bear.
I think you could sell that. At least I know a few people who would who would vote for that right away.
Well, again, I don't think we have to make a final decision on if we tie this to something specific, like an undergrounding, or if we're tying it to, sort of a overall general fund kind of thing about future impacts. But I do hear overall big picture support for this particular item. I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we move on to the next one and see what the support is for that topic.
Which one do you want to take? You want to take the transfer of the balances, or you want to take up the sales tax?
I was thinking the sales tax.
Yeah, sales tax. So the rationale for the sales tax is $1 million there. Do it. Al just did, and take out $20 million from this budget and see where that leaves us. I mean, that's the rationale for doing this tax.
You have my vote.
The other is, holy cow, we really want to join in with the state in this collection system. I mean, if we can't join in with the state in this collection system, then we're gonna be, it's just not good. I mean, I don't see how we have a reasonable, reliable, long range forecast for our community without that sales tax. And
Didn't we just add
taxing
14 million?
remote sellers.
We just added 14 million back in.
And that got us to our minimum. So we got to keep the million. We got to keep the million in the sales tax in there.
That's assuming we have that.
The sales tax is that's a tougher one for me. I'm not sure that we do want to participate in the state's collection issue. I remember a lot of discussions at CML around the net effect when the state collected taxes versus local municipalities collecting it for themselves. The general consensus was that the communities who collected themselves and audited themselves collected far more when they did it themselves than when they relied on the state. So I don't know that the state system has changed a lot. The discussion has changed a lot since then. I guess I'm just saying, I don't know that that's a given. And I think that's a really tough sell to our residents. That's a direct tax increase to the residents. That if acting as a resident, when I look at this spreadsheet in 2032, and I see that you've got $13 million in the bank, and now you're asking me for more, I can't look somebody in the eye and say that. You know, we've got it in the wrong buckets, and that has to be addressed. But I don't know that I can say that I can justify asking for more. You're not even spending what I'm already giving you.
Well, in some ways, though, I don't think we're asking for more in that we're already collecting a chunk of that today. And that's probably what motivates me at least as much. You know, that $1 million or so that's in the budget. If Amazon were to say, well, gosh, we just realized you guys don't have a sales tax, so we've been remitting, we're going to stop doing that. There's a couple $100,000. And if other large retailers end up, the system becomes more sophisticated, it becomes more visible. It's really not so much, I mean, technically it's imposition of a tax that we don't have on our books. On the one hand, financially, I think it's just getting our code in line with what we see as financial realities and what we are receiving today, and is it somewhat at risk?
So I would disagree with that though, Randy. Remember, we've only been paying sales tax on Amazon for the last 5 years. There are a lot of residents, you know, if Amazon wasn't remitting, they wouldn't be charging the residents for it either. For them to collect it and not remit it would be illegal. So
right.
I think our residents, we don't have a sales tax. Our residents should only be paying state sales tax on their purchases. And it is a tax increase to now tell them you need to start paying some sales tax. And I can't go to them and say, yeah, we have $13 million in the bank. We need even more.
Well, no, but I mean, they're paying it today, right? And that could go away.
Actually, I'm not sure that they are. Like I said, when Brian entered Cherry Hills Village, it was a lower amount. So I'm not positive about that. We'd have to, I think, need a lot more information about exactly what is transpiring.
Well, but we're collecting a couple $100,000. It sounded like, so somebody's paying for that. Not
somebody's being incorrectly charged. Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, so what happens when they then fix the system? And that's been part of this Wayfair discussion, is that you've got to be really accurate about what jurisdiction somebody lives in. It's got to be better than just their zip code, which is what a lot of smaller businesses use right now. So, you know, implementing a sales tax is a big question. I do think it will end up being a tax increase because there are a lot of businesses that don't charge local sales tax. So, you know, because the Amazons have to do it. I don't think that, isn't there a minimum amount of sales into a jurisdiction that you have to hit?
$100,000.
Yeah, so if you order candy from Ma's Candy Store in Oklahoma, they are not required to, most likely, to collect and remit sales tax. If we implement a sales tax, they are.
No,
No, still not.
they're under 100,000.
Okay.
Yeah, and that, remember, a key point of capturing all this, you really do need to be part of the state system, which does have that threshold. If you try to enforce economic nexus without being part of that system and the full model ordinance and everything, you're legally exposed to a challenge there. So, right. So,
right. We're not legally exposed if we don't charge any sales tax, right?
Oh, no.
well, no.
Okay, it's only if we charge sales tax and try to.
Yes, yes.
You know, it seems that this is more of a cleanup and, to Al's point, modernization. I mean, Wayfair was passed. We still have this physical presence in our code, and we need to move forward. And yes, it's going to cost, you know, some people some money, but the reality is it's not. Amazon is already in big boxes are already collected, so it's not like it's a wholesale brand new tax. It's really just it's really modernization and cleanup is And that would be, I think, the argument, to our community is that we got to get with it. This Wayfair was passed and we need to move forward.
But again, not to fall victim to the tax that's not really a tax argument. I am not sure that people are paying this tax now on Amazon. And I'm going to go log in right now, put something in my cart, and we'll see what percentage tax it's, but keep talking.
Yeah, so just to be clear, it would, legally, there's some fine hairs to split here, whether it's a new tax or it's a tax policy change that results in a net increase in revenue, right? And that is probably more likely the route, but we'll have to study that further in drafting any question that might be directed.
Yeah, and Katie, you may be right. I mean, as they catch on to this, that $1 million that's in our forecast could go away, because as Amazon, if you're right and your husband's not paying this tax, then that means that our assumption that we're going to get that for the next 20 years is questionable, probably wrong. So unless we change, I do agree with Mike that the argument here is everybody else does this. I mean, we are the only ones out in the metro area that doesn't have a sales tax on remote sellers. I feel pretty safe saying that in the metro area. I don't know about all of Colorado, but it's just something that everybody expects now when you're buying from Amazon. And it's been a change. I mean, it's a change because of the Wayfair decision. It's a new decision from the Supreme Court. Let's join all of our neighbors and go along with the sales tax that they should be paying. Right now we're taxing only our buildings and our commercial and our businesses. We don't tax anybody else. That's crazy. It's exactly backwards. I mean, we should be taxing remote sellers and not ours. But anyway,
That's a big issue here.
Yeah, once upon a time, everybody was going to stores and buying in the stores, but the world has changed.
Yeah, an invoice is fine on.
But you're not taxing remote sellers.
Online.
You're taxing the people buying the stuff from so you're still taxing residents.
well, the taxes.
I would have paid that tax. I just would have paid it to
Well,
the-
now Amazon stuff.
to the
No.
the city that the retailer was located in. And this way it brings it back home here rather than if I bought it in Commerce City or if I bought
That
it.
is the argument that we used 6 years ago that blew up. Like,
Well, no, but
blew
there
up.
is truth to it. I mean, it may have been not lost in the argument or became an emotional issue and took on a life of its own. It's not wholly the case, but it is largely the case. Things that would have come in from a different state, yeah, I probably wouldn't have paid taxes until there was the Wayfair decision, but that's the law now.
So
Well,
what is,
and, I mean, if you want to talk about Wayfair, the whole point of the law, the fundamental policy underlying all of this is that you want to avoid distortions in the marketplace. The way the marketplace has grown and evolved, if you don't go this route, you have distortions in the marketplace, like Mr. Wheel was just pointing out. So
what is the state sales tax rate?
3.5.
4.25.
It's only 3.5? No,
No.
4.25.
4.2.
State and county.
That's right.
4.25 for state and county.
4.2. That's right.
So yes, Amazon is charging 7.67%.
Well, that would include the municipal component then.
And that's where we're getting it. They're incorrectly charging it.
Yeah.
Because they don't, I wonder how they even know what rate to incorrectly charge.
They go through, there's a list and they go through the code. CML has a list of all the taxes from every jurisdiction and they just, so they probably pull that information and they see that we have a 3% sales tax, which we do, and they charge it. They don't read the fine print that it only applies to brick and mortar in the village.
Yeah, okay.
Right? They haven't caught on to that yet. And so they send it to us and, question whether we have an obligation to say, you're wrong, stop sending this to us. I'll leave it to you, but it's not right. It's not an authorized tax. It's not a tax that's ever been authorized by the village.
And we do,
And
we get,
as there's more online and the systems continue to evolve and become more and more sophisticated, I think while we're a small entity in the whole, I think it just increases the risk over time that we lose that money.
Well, and the flip, I agree with that. And the flip side is, I think these sales tax calculations are very conservative that we have here. I think sales tax is going to go up more than we're saying here, because people are going to do more and more buying online, and there's going to be more and more purchases from Amazon. I mean, it just.
Well, and that's a point. So if it's a tough sell now, it'll be a tougher sell. And
Tougher sell. Other thoughts? As far as combining with anything, I don't know that we can combine sales tax with another.
I mean, the whole point is for your general municipal purposes, right?
Yeah, this is completely general fund, no special purpose right here. This is to simply fund our police and roads and essential services, snow removal, right? Just like Inglewood, just like Greenwood Village, just like Denver, all around us, they all do this, and they're all collecting this money.
I think there's an argument to put it on the, put it with our collection of issues here. And as if we don't, it's, we just, again, we're an outlier, and we need to get in line with our our community peers. And that's probably, a significant argument for passing it, is that
Well, except that our community peers charge a lot more in sales tax than we do. I mean, that argument doesn't really hold water. We live in Cherry Hills Village for many different reasons that are different from those communities. So I don't think that saying we do it because everybody else is doing it is an effective argument. I don't know,
Well, I don't think people move to Cherry Hills Village because of the sales, because they don't pay sales tax here. I mean,
No,
I don't know anybody who's thought that.
I think they're aware that there's no sales tax here.
But there is a sales tax.
Not for delivered items. I mean, I know that. I've known that since the day I moved here. And I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe that would be a good polling type question to get a sense for how many people know that they don't have to pay. I don't know if you want to open a can of worms, but to get a sense for how people feel about, paying sales tax on items that are delivered into the city.
Well, one thing, raising the issue for everybody is going to make everybody very much aware of this once we start talking about it. And they're going to say, whoa, and they're going to look at their Amazon and say, why is Amazon charging me? And it's going to, once we roll this out. But saying that, we have to identify this as an issue, because it is a big issue that's coming up, and we have to be the ones who rolls this out and says, this is the issue, right?
Yeah.
It has to come from us first, and we have to say, here's our issue.
Yeah, the last thing we need is our community pointing out to us that we did not address it.
Right.
So I'm in.
To me, it's a priority. To me, this is a priority. I mean, if I'm going to prioritize building tax, I'm all in favor of the building materials tax. But as far as right now, getting something really on this one, to me, is a priority for the fiscal health of our city going forward. Any other thoughts about that? And we can talk about Katie's favorite, which is transferring funds and how we're going to do that between. You're right. I mean, everybody knows that this is a big elephant. How are we going to do it? You want to,
Russell, just I was listening to the arguments on both sides, and what we need to do. I think a lot of good points. From my perspective, I just wanted to share. I'm in favor of it. I don't think it's gonna. I think we're gonna be able to justify it, talk to people, along with the help from the consultants, that would not be a motivation for me to either, move to the city or not to move to the city because of that sales tax. So anyway, I'm in favor of it, but continue, please.
Katie, you want to talk about transferring balances and how we're going to do it?
No, I don't have any, I don't know that I have any thoughts on that subject. I think, for the most part, up until 2032, as I've said, we're doing okay. And, looking to 2042, I think is a good exercise, but I can almost guarantee that those numbers will not be accurate. I'd say that with fair certainty. And they could be accurate for the better or inaccurate for the better or the worse. So I don't feel like there is an urgent need to transfer any funds. I do think there is a need to, like I won't belabor the point. It is going to be very difficult to go to a taxpayer and say, we're raising your taxes, even though we've got, depending on what model you look at, millions of dollars in the bank. I personally will not be able to do that. So we don't have to do anything until at least 10 years. And it's at some point between 10 years and 20 years or 21 years where it becomes an issue. And I do think that needs to be, something that we look at, and perhaps when we get our South Suburban Park money back, maybe it's not even an issue then. I don't know that this is an issue.
Well, Katie, let me raise the point that if we do get $14 million from the use tax, it may become a non-issue anyway. At that point in time, if we have a $5 million balance, $6 million balance in the general fund, without making any changes, the question then becomes, with a big number in the Parks Fund, do we do a mill levy decrease or something that if we go, far beyond what we would need there? So.
Well, I agree with you. I think the biggest issue becomes, why on earth do you have, depending on what thing you look at, $10 million sitting in the Parks Fund and you haven't done anything with it?
Well, but I think that might be an argument to take this as two different issues. Put another way, we want to get our general fund in order. And so we've got the sales tax and we've got the use tax issues on the table to get those in, to get the general fund in shape. And without having that done, I don't think it's a good idea to be talking about mill levy reductions for the park funds, but that could happen as we move forward in time and we have more information about our finances, about our long-term projections, and all the rest of it.
It could happen, absolutely. But I want everyone to remember what people voted for. They voted for that mill levy and told us to spend it on parks.
Right.
So letting a fund balance increase to $10 million, $11 million is, in my opinion, a violation of the direction of the residents of Cherry Hills Village. And so at that point, I think you'd either have to say, you have to find some big project to fulfill the wishes of the voters, or you'd need to go back to them and say, there's no way we can possibly spend this much money on parks. We know how much you love them, but we just can't do it. And so we're going to reduce the rate.
Wasn't there one of their choices was to reduce the rate on that polling?
Advisory question, yes, is reduce taxes.
One of them was to reduce taxes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So at that point, but they have consistently, even when Arapahoe County had their issue to renew the mill levy for parks, people voted for that. People in Cherry Hills Village have said, take this money and spend it on parks and open space, not just parks. That isn't what they said. They said, spend it on parks and open space.
No, parks and recreation, actually.
Okay. But I mean, just generally speaking, people's voice has, use it to buy open space, use it to buy this, use it to buy I don't think many people have said, you know, we want soccer fields and stuff like that. But anyway, when I look as a resident, when I look at that number and say, you know, why are you sitting on, you know, I've sat on the board of a charitable organization, and at the end of the year, they gave the financial report and said, look, we have reserves of, you know, $800,000. And I looked at them and said, why? Those are contributions that people have given you in order to fulfill your mission as an organization. Why are you putting it in the bank and sitting on it when it could be out there fulfilling its purpose? It's the same thing with tax dollars. If we don't need them and we don't have a use for them, then we need to give them back.
Well, yeah, up to a point. I mean, things happen, like, you know, you could take COVID as an example of an unanticipated consequence. So having reserves of some magnitude is not a bad thing.
I didn't mean have zero reserves. Everyone has a reserve policy. But this is well beyond, you know, what our projections show is well beyond our reserve policy. So, you know, once you've planned for the unexpected to the best of your ability, we are not in the business of making money. We're not a for-profit corporation. If we don't need the money to provide the services that we're committed to providing to the citizens of Cherry Hills Village, we don't need the money to act on any directive that they've given us, you know, then we either need to go back to them and say, okay, we don't need this money for parks anymore. We could use it for undergrounding if you're up for that. And the answer may be yes or no. They've already, you know, voted on that once and voted no. Maybe times will change then. But right now, I don't think there's any argument to be made, particularly if you're going to propose new tax increases for the general fund. I don't think there's any winning argument to be made that we need to take money away from parks and give it to the general fund.
Well, it's interesting though, but your thought is an interesting one about just returning it. I mean, if we at the same time say, hey, adopt the sales tax and the materials use tax at the same time, we'll drop the mills, you know, 4 mills out of the you know, park fund. That would be enticing to a lot of people, I imagine.
Well, and it has the same effect. That takes out the need to go ahead and start rebalancing funds if we work the math out right.
I don't
possibility
think
you could go ahead with them. You could go ahead and tell people we're going to, here's our sales tax and our materials tax. If we do that, we'll promise council will come back with a proposal to reduce the mill levy in your parks fund substantially. Because you're right, Key. There's nothing, we can't do anything with that money. There's no there's no more open space to buy. There's only so many times we can cut the grass every year.
Well, we can do Quincy Farm. You know, even adding in $3 million, we still end up with $10 million in the parks fund. We could do a whole hell of a lot.
Spend all 10 million on Quincy Farm.
We could. I mean, and I shouldn't say we, because none of us will be in office at that point, but some future council, you know, could decide to do that. I don't think we're at that point right now. I don't think we're at the point where we've got way too much money sitting in one bucket right now. And I don't think that we should presume to know all of the challenges and issues that some future council will incur and would need to address at that time. What the priorities of the community are at that time, I don't know. I would prefer to leave that for when it's a little bit more appropriate, and when we see how things have gone. It may not be an issue at all.
Any other council members' comments?
Yeah, I've got 2 comments. You know, number one, I think to say that, you know, it's going to be hard to go sell it to residents when we've got millions of dollars in the bank. I mean, for a city to have millions of dollars in the bank is not unheard of. In fact, it's expected. It happens to be that we have such a small annual budget that our millions in the bank is a big number relative to the rest of our budget. I get that. But I think I could frankly talk my way through that if I was talking to residents about the need to keep that and move some money around if necessary. But I'm frankly not comfortable with kicking this can down the road till the time when it becomes a problem. So Katie, you've said, we've got 12 years from now before things really, it's somewhere between 12 years and 22 years from now is when we start having a problem. I'm okay kicking the can down the road to the next council that comes in, but I'm not okay kicking the can down the road till 2022. And I know that none of us are gonna be around to make that decision then, but for our council today to say, let's not focus on this problem now because it's got at least 10 years before it becomes a problem. To me, that's not the answer. That's setting up that council 10 years from now to have a problem that if I were one of those incoming council members 10 years from now, I'd look back and say, what the hell was Katie and Dan and Randy and Al, what were they all doing? They were asleep at the wheel. I don't want to be that council that everyone's looking back at going, why didn't they start adjusting this when there was an opportunity to adjust it?
But what information do you have that tells you that there's
None.
absolutely a need to adjust it?
None.
Right.
None.
So, when I pay my tax dollars, it is my expectation that that government is going to use those tax dollars to provide services to people, including myself and the other residents. If you're holding on to 3 and 4 times your annual operating budget, then you're charging me too much. And things will change in those 10 years. As Earl pointed out in his comments a couple months ago, the picture has actually gotten better every year. Our budgeting is very conservative, and it has actually improved year over year. And so there's nothing in this that indicates to me that there's any problem that needs to be solved. And to Al's point, particularly, if I'm not going to go so far as the sales tax because I'm still not there yet, but add $14 million in.
Right.
And I'm not convinced that there is a problem. So
No, I don't think there is if we add 14 back in right now. All of these issues are all kind of intertwined, right? I mean, if any one of them were to occur, it may solve the others or make them worse, frankly, if they don't occur. So I don't know what
Well, but I think there's a clear balance problem over the long term that seems to be, regardless of whether we go to 32, 42, the Parks Fund has a ton of money, the general fund doesn't. There are a couple of ways we can attack it. One would be to try and go for reallocation of the existing balances or funds or flows. The other is get the collections where they're needed, like the general fund needs to be propped up a bit over the very long term. And we can do that through the use tax, the sales tax, that sort of thing. And yeah, maybe a slight mill levy on the Parks Fund would be the right way to go. And that kind of, because I think a board in general is there for the long-term stability of and prosperity of the organization. And so in that sense, I think it's incumbent on us to take the long view. And I think we've got an imbalance, and I think that's real, and that I can believe in.
But when another property like the Clearview property comes up for sale, and our residents desperately wanted us to buy it, and now you've given a mill levy reduction, and you now no longer have that surplus. My point is that imbalance is 21 years from now. A lot can happen in that time. And in fact, 5 million of it is sitting in the budget right now in these proposed long range plans right now between the Highline Canal and Quincy Farm. And, this is why I'm like, when you say we don't have the money to do it, what do you mean? What do you mean we don't have the money to do it? That is what our residents asked us to do. They approved the tax. They've been paying it to us. And it's incumbent upon us to go do it then, in my opinion.
Yeah, Katie, I think we've been, as you and I have sat over the years, we've always been looking for opportunities as a community to buy quality land. And we know that not all land is equal, right? An acre in a certain location is totally different than an acre buried, an acre next to a park is a whole lot different than an acre buried out in the middle of nowhere. And so I think as a community, we will continue to look for those opportunities and spend those funds. It's unfortunate, think of our time in the last council where there were a number of properties that came up where we turned the rocks over and for whatever reason, either cost, we didn't buy them. But we'll continue that as a community, and that will spend funds very quickly if the right properties come up.
I mean, I would assume so. Our master plan is going to take place, and who knows? I guess it's possible that our community through that master planning process could say, no, we're good with open space. We don't need any more. Let's move on. And then those priorities would shift again. Remember that in theory, there should be not only this master plan, but 2 more at a minimum between now and when the 2042, because it's somewhere between 5 and 10 years that you redo that. That's a lot of different shifting priorities. It's a lot of different changes. I feel like things are headed in the right direction to support the priorities and direction that the residents of Cherry Hills Village have given us to this point. If that changes either this year or in some future master planning process, then that could change the entire picture and people would need to act accordingly. That is my concern about going to voters now and saying, make this change when it's not necessary, because in 6 years,
It might be.
it is necessary to address the needs and the priorities of the residents at that time. You've taken that opportunity away. That was the argument when the state was proposing a sales tax increase and local municipalities were all up in arms, because if the state raises sales tax for their own purposes, they're pretty much taking away the opportunity of the local municipality to do that as well. We need to leave some tools in the toolbox for our successors to deal with the challenges that they face. And right now, for 10 years, that is the long view. I'm not arguing we just go spend every dollar in 10 years is a long view. 21 years is a really long view.
Yeah, Katie, I would tend to agree with you that for the purposes of what we're trying to accomplish right now, to take this off the table and to your point, keep it in the toolbox.
I buy into that. I can buy that. Mike, I can do that.
Just to clarify, which one are we taking off the table?
The transfer, the voter decision to loosen the restriction on the park fund.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think we can take it away if we go for the other 2 for sure.
Yeah,
Because
I think, yeah, there's certainly higher priorities, and I agree with all that. My only comment would be, I think I do agree with Dan, though. Our day of reckoning is not 20 years away. It's really 2034. I mean, that's when we start, that's the imbalance. And we know we're going to have an imbalance. And I think we have an obligation as a city council to the next city councils to finish our terms with a long range fund forecast that has us not in violation of our own criteria and are balanced, at least some plan to do it. We all know this is not going to be right. I mean, these numbers aren't going to be what happens in the future, but we at least need to have a plan to have a balance by the end of 2042.
Well, I would say that we don't know that we're going to have an imbalance. We really don't know that. Our projections right now show that. But as has been pointed out, every year the picture that has passed in the last 5 years, the picture's actually gotten better, not worse.
Yeah, well.
So that could potentially continue and we don't end up with an imbalance. So we don't know that.
Well, and it's all a function of what we do here, what, the initiatives that we move forward on that we're talking about today. I mean, if any one of those moves forward that are accretive to our balance sheet, then the problem or potential for a problem goes away or lessens.
Well, and I got to say, I have a problem with saying one thing and doing another. I mean, we've got a disconnect in our tax collection and what's actually happening, which to some degree puts at risk $1 million that we have counted on in those forecasts. And I just, having punting on that issue doesn't feel right to me. I mean, I feel like we have to get our language in line with, well, not just norms around for other community, but what's happening. We're collecting taxes that aren't on our books, and that does not feel right.
Well, give some thought as well, Randy, to what happens if we propose that tax, make everyone aware of it, and then it fails. Then you can kiss that $1 million goodbye, for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, but we have to do that. We have to let people know.
We don't have
I mean, otherwise we kiss it goodbye anyway, because
Yeah,
we can't ethically go on taking money that we didn't impose as a tax. So I agree with Randy that our long range fund forecast should not include the $1 million, because that's not authorized on our books. So we shouldn't have that in our forecast. I think the only thing that should be in our forecast are Philadelphia cheesesteak and Caribou coffee and that tax and Cherry Village. That should be in here. But until we authorize that tax, we shouldn't be counting on it and suggesting that that's part of our long range way that we're going to, take care of the finances of the city.
Yeah.
And I also agree with your point that Quincy Farm shouldn't be in there until we actually do something. That net number shouldn't be in our forecast either, because it's not even there, right? That's not. I think we've come to a consensus. I think we've got all on the same page. So
I would agree. I think that we've had support for exploring further the use tax and the sales tax cleanup. I'm going to start calling it that now. And there's not as much consensus for considering the parks and general fund issues. There was one issue left of the potential mill levy reduction, but since it's lunchtime, I guess we just aren't going to have time to get to that one.
Yeah, we can.
Kidding. We can talk about that. I think we could pick up there if we wanted after the 30 minutes.
And then after, let's see, so when we come back from lunch, you want to talk about the Highline Canal, because that is a good financial. I mean, if Jay wants to talk about that.
Yeah, well, I think we have time to talk about the mill levy item. The hard part with that one is it does feel like, because we can take some action without a ballot measure, it may be so intertwined with, what we do on the other two potential sales or use tax questions. It's going to be hard to do that in isolation, to have this abstract conversation.
I agree. I think I agree with you. So I think that's fine.
All right, well, so then I would propose we take a break until 12:35, because I know Laura puts a nice timestamp on our Zoom so that we all see what that is, 12:35, and then we come back and pick it up with the Highline.
Great. Thank you, everybody. 12:35.
Good lunch.
sit down with the COP? Or no?
No, we just said. That's.
We're just waiting on Mike is the only. Nope, there he is. I see him.
His camera's moving.
Yeah. He's
Hey.
either there or there's ghosts about.
How was your run, Mike?
How far did you run? Is the question.
You're muted, Mike, just so you know.
Now that was down the hall.
Oh,
Oh. All right, it is 12:36, so we'll be back here. I think we'll probably wrap up by noon anyway, won't we?
Well-
What do you think?
Well, not by noon.
How about by 1, I mean, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, we were talking here as staff. Can we, before we, yeah, I don't think the High Line is going to take very long at all. It's almost more of a long range update. There's not really any decision points that need to be made with this today. So it's a good long-term discussion to have, but unlike the morning, I don't think there's really a debate or a decision point. Before we do that, however, though, Mr. Mayor, there were two things that I think we were hoping just to make sure that we were all on the same page with, if council doesn't mind. One is there was a lot of discussion about moving forward with our baseline long-range budget forecasts, what assumptions we should or should not include. And Mr. Mayor, you said right as we were wrapping up, you'd made the comment, well, we probably shouldn't even count the, we shouldn't budget or forecast for the online revenue. Yes, we might get it, but we shouldn't bank on it. And I guess we just wanted to maybe run through I think we've got 4 different assumptions. If we could just get on the same page with those assumptions, with what council would like to see us use for the next budget process, we want to just provide, the best information to council that we can. And so I guess I would just ask if you guys wouldn't mind if we nailed those assumptions down.
I think that's a great idea. And I think we all realize there's not just one model. I mean, there's alternatives, and we're interested in seeing, okay, change this, it's going to look like this. Change this, what does it look like, right? So we're not tied to, there's no one magic model, but I get your point that, let's see if we can't get some of the assumptions, at least for some of the models, about what they would look like.
Well, I think when we do the annual budget process, that baseline budget matters, right? And so that's why I think maybe it's a little less for long-range budget policy conversations and a little bit more for the annual budget process that, believe it or not, is going to be here in just a few months.
It will.
Yeah. So, so with that said, I'm going to just jump. We have 4. Can I just jump right in?
Please.
All right. So, since we just brought it up, the online sales tax. So we have obviously a dollar figure that we collect from our brick and mortar stores. And then we have been budgeting for years and years, obviously well before Jessica and I are in the seats we're in. There has been a budget provision for the online remittance. Is it council's desire? I know that, Mayor, you just said this. Should we not have in our baseline budget the online?
Yeah,
How
my,
long
my
have
thought,
you
my
actually-
thought was, that I think it's difficult for us as a city to budget, have an online budget for a tax that we have never authorized. So, you know, I think one of our models should not include that. We can put an asterisk and say, hey, you know, we're getting this, but I mean,
How long have we actually been collecting online tax? Amazon didn't start charging tax until 5 years ago?
2017 was when Amazon started.
Amazon started in 2017, so
What was
yeah,
our,
my guess
what
is
was our
before Amazon,
budget?
it was probably pennies compared to what we're doing now.
Well, I would be interested to know, what is it?
Yeah.
What was it back then?
I'll pull it.
Hold, please.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Don't know off the top of your head?
While we research that, maybe we can give Jessica a little time to pull that up. I can move on to some of the others and we can circle back to this one.
how about jumping to the Quincy Farm? Because I think there's a consensus among council members that I'm hearing that we shouldn't include capital expenses for Quincy Farm right now, because we haven't decided that, and that's really an optional thing down the future, in a future.
So no capital, just ongoing maintenance at this point.
And how much is that, Chris?
Well, it had been 60,000 per year.
Didn't
And
we
then
cut
this
it back?
year we reduced that to 25,000, I believe it was.
35.
35, sorry.
All
And again, that's mostly because we're in a little bit of this is a dangerous term to use, but a holding pattern, not knowing what the long range plan is. And so
And what is that 35,000? That's just hard costs? Sounds like.
there is some, obviously there's staff time is included in that. Wait, hold on. I'm
I don't
confirming.
think so. I think that might not be included.
Yeah, okay.
That's materials.
Materials,
Power, water.
oh,
sewer,
utilities.
Utilities. Any, you
The
know,
Denver water.
Denver water rights.
Are you guys hearing that? I can't tell if you're hearing that. Denver
Yeah,
water.
water rights, utilities, water, electricity. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, general upkeep if we need to do work on a building or,
We have had a couple of contractors for like pest control,
yeah,
right?
work on the pumps, well pumps, those type of things that come up all the time.
All right, so I think if there's consensus on that, we will move forward with just maintenance for the baseline budget.
But it doesn't include, just be clear, it doesn't include mowing and regular weeds and stuff like that. I don't think, right? That's just rolled up into the parks department.
Yes,
that's correct.
The labor itself is just rolled into the parks. It's just any direct cost if we buy seeds or flowers, or our maintenance person goes over there and does any work, has to repair, you know, lights or the heater, those type of things. Those are hard costs, just not the labor.
Was the actual experience more like 60,000 or so, and we've kind of dialed it back to a minimal maintenance?
We had the 60,000 in there for a number of years. I don't believe we ever spent all of that. Some of that money was, you know, were we gonna do some exterior upkeep on some of the buildings and those type of things. So the 35 is more likely what we've spent over the years, year by year. The 60 was in there when we were getting ready to do some siding and those type of things.
Painting, siding, roofing, I believe was even in
Yeah.
there, yeah. So since some of those haven't been occurring, the numbers were lower.
So quick question, in the memo, there was already 1.5 million in the long range projection, like back in November. And then the memo says that was increased to 3.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if what we're talking about is taking out the 1.5 that was already in there. I'm not positive what that was and whether that was something we had discussed and approved. So I don't know that.
I don't,
My point was that we
Yeah.
should remove everything. I was objecting to adding anything new that we hadn't
Gotcha.
already seen.
well,
And
the-
I think Jim put that one.
yeah, the 1.5, yeah, that was, I think Jim put that in. But that was based, in my understanding is that was sort of a middle ground between some of the costs that were already projected to be there should the city continue to eventually be the operator of the farm. And that, I think, I think that was always we just didn't have any reliable number. It's a placeholder more than an approval that we are absolutely committed to those dollars.
okay,
I think the acknowledgement from Jim all along was that in no way would, if the city were to continue to be the operator of whatever eventual plan there might be, that would still in no way be the full price tag.
That's right.
It was
Right.
just the best number that they had.
so I guess I'm making a distinction that I don't know other people are making a distinction. I make a distinction between numbers that the council has already seen and talked over and have decided are appropriate to be included versus things that just showed up in this packet with no conversation or dialogue from council. So that is, I could probably go either way because it is just a model, but there's always been, for at least the last several iterations, $1.5 million in the long range forecast. When I saw 3, I was sort of taken aback that we would be doubling that amount without even so much as a conversation about it. So I'm fine with leaving the 1.5 that's been in there, but I'm also, I guess, fine taking it out if people want to as well. But
We can do whichever. So we can do either one of those.
What's the sense of council members? Any burning desire?
I think with due to the lack of any other information to put our fingers on right now, I think we got to stick with what we've had in there. The 1.5. I just don't see how we can justify putting it in at 3 today when that has not been presented, discussed, or approved. And furthermore, we've got a whole bunch of moving balls with future ownership possibilities or maintenance management possibilities. I think we just hold this place where we've had it, and potentially a year from now, we know a lot more and we can adjust accordingly on next year's retreat.
Agreed.
I would
All right.
agree.
Here we go.
I'm okay with that unless, I mean, at the moment, we own it. We've got to maintain it to some degree. I think if we start talking about the budget and the, as we move forward on this whole question of taxes and justification of those taxes to the population, I think we owe it to ourselves to make sure that we've really understood what the real costs are, whether we still own it, if we've got big mitigations and other expenses, that we dial that in more carefully, that we don't stick ourselves with this number for that tax justification argument. But otherwise, I'm fine with the, excuse me, the $1.5 million.
Hey, Chris, I think that
Sounds good. We can do that. I'm going to circle back to the online sales tax thing. I'm actually going to let Jessica, I'm going to turn my audio off. So it'll take me a second and she can turn hers on, and then she can just follow up with Mayor Pro Tem Brown's questions.
I went back and looked at the history of what we've received for sales tax. And again, it's just, we lump it all together. So we don't define whether it's coming from the businesses or online. Looks like I went all the way back to 1998. In 1998, we had collected $350,000 in sales tax remittances. Just kind of pushed forward to 2009, we collected about $700,000. And then in 2013, that's when we kicked it up to $1.2 million. So we've been budgeting about $1 million since 2013. one of the things I did do right around the time COVID shut our small businesses, well, all of the businesses down, the restaurants, was look to see what kind of impact that would have on our sales tax revenue line item, and tracked in 2019 all of the remittances that our businesses did. And their annual total for all of the businesses combined was $380,000. So that was about 24% of our sales tax revenue in 2019.
Does that include Glenmore and?
Yes, both
Yeah.
country clubs.
Because it's interesting that 2013 was $1 million, and that was before Amazon started charging tax.
2013 was $1.2 million.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that was well before online taxes. So it was not evidently not particularly clear how much of that $1 million that we're receiving would go away if we were not collecting online sales tax.
And I remember there were, certainly when I was on council and we had the golf tournaments, we had big spikes in sales tax. You see those, Jessica, on your numbers?
I was looking at the actual budget numbers, not
Not our actual.
not actual remittances. Yeah. So I know we had the excise tax line in there when we had the big golf tournament. So we had that. And then I'm sure we had we received sales tax from the sales that they did of all their merchandise and food and all of that as well. So it's possible in something like that could have contributed.
You know, we haven't heard from Afshin. Do you have any comments about the online tax?
You know, for me, guys, I think I stated, you know, where I stand. I'm pro online sales tax. I listen to all the arguments, and I think when I look at it, you know, it didn't, you know, the online sales tax for me, you know, was a decision. Would it make or break me coming to live in this city? No. Does it really, you know, can I go ahead and justify it to the folks in the village? I feel comfortable being able to talk to them. So when I look at it, there are more pros in collecting that tax than cons to it. And I think by not doing it, we're going to leave money on the table. So that's where I stand.
In terms of putting a number in the annual budget and forecasting, you know, if we were budgeting $1 million in sales tax, and I'm presuming we're not falling drastically short of that because otherwise we would have adjusted it. But if we were forecasting, you know, $1 million in sales tax well before Amazon started remitting sales tax, then I don't know that a significant adjustment is necessary. Maybe we can, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think the adjustment should only be for remote sellers that we're not taxing. If that money was coming from Glenmore and then.
I mean, not. So would it be council's direction to put it back down to the $380,000 then, which would just be the businesses located in Cherry Hills Village? So we would forecast only their remittances and not anything beyond that?
Well,
That's
I'm
my
confused
personal
why we were
view.
at $1
That's the
million.
authorized stuff.
Yeah, I'm confused why we were at $1 million in sales tax, you know, 8 years ago.
I can go back and look and see if we have some reports. I don't think we still have the sales tax remittances, so I'm not sure I can track where it was coming from, but I can pull some cash receipting reports. We have back to 2011 for cash receipting, so I can see what types of businesses were remitting back then.
But we don't have the ability to just run a report and say this is the percentage of online versus the percentage of brick and mortar.
Right.
But we know that that's prior to Amazon remitting sales tax.
Correct.
So that would imply to me that and I think that continued, you know, to be our budget projection. And like I said, unless we were constantly falling far short in budget versus actuals, I'm sure we have those reports for the last few years.
Yes.
I would say we could, you know, use those as good proxy numbers for what we would be likely to collect. And then I also think there just needs to be a question of, legality. What is legally, and obviously, Kathy's not with us anymore and she wouldn't know off the top of her head anyway. Legally, what is our obligation, if anything, and exposure? Because I don't feel like leaving money on the table is a good way to do business. If we know we've been getting that much money, if you feel like it's illegal for us to accept it, that's one thing. If it's really Amazon's responsibility that they're collecting it and sending it to us, we're not asking for it, then that might be another thing that impacts what we're expecting as well.
Well, I think you raise a good point. The legal question we ought to understand for sure. The other part of it in my mind was that the amount coming from the remote resellers is exposed. We theoretically, we don't have a legal entitlement to that per our code. Maybe it's okay if we collect it and keep it, but even so, to the extent that those retailers become more sophisticated, that revenue stream is at risk.
Yes, and I guess that's the question, is really what percentage. If we were doing $1 million in sales tax revenue a year prior to online sales tax collection, and what we're having our long range financial plan is 1.2 or whatever, then it seems like the adjustment, if any, that's necessary is like 0.2.
Well, maybe we need to just understand what's underneath the numbers better, because it's hard for me to reconcile, a couple $100,000 from Amazon, and we've got some other vendors that are remitting to us, and there's a gap between that, say 300,000 plus, and the 400,000 that we know we collect from our domiciled retailers. So I think before we come to some kind of a final decision, we really got to understand what's in that sales tax number better.
See whether they meet the minimum $400,000 or how big they are. If they're smaller ones, it didn't matter. I'm not really sure. I think I agree with you, Councilor Wheel, that we need more information before we understand.
I'd be happy to bring back, I'll pull the cash receipting reports and see if we can dive into that and see what types of businesses they were and bring back more information to council.
And then maybe we can ask Kathy, I hear it kind of makes sense to ask Kathy to look into what our obligation is as a city of receiving money that we understand, that we know is not authorized by our tax code, but we're going to receive it anyway and not tell the sellers that, that this is not an authorized tax. So that's.
And for that matter, if it turns out, there's still a question in my mind about what the degree of exposure is. Could Amazon come back to us and say, wow, we made a mistake. We need to refile our sales tax remittance to you with zeros on it, and you need to pay us back for all the money that you collected that we weren't entitled to.
But then they'd have to refund it to every individual, and because it's not their money.
Right. It's not Amazon's money. So it's more likely to be a claim under, I think Kathy mentioned in her memos, a Tabor claim. There's a possibility of a Tabor claim that you can go back 3 years, and it's the citizens here who paid a tax that wasn't authorized.
Right. And the question is it their beef with Amazon, which I believe it probably would be, but I don't know because I'm not an attorney. Amazon's collecting the tax illegally. Mistakenly, yes, that's the better word. Thank you. Yeah. And it would be their responsibility to go back and refund it to everybody, which seems.
What's more likely is as soon as they find out, they'll immediately cut it off, and that goes to Randy's point, which is this line item is a risk. As soon as Amazon says, "Whoa, sorry, Cheerios, we made a mistake." From here on in, it's not. We're no longer going to do it. That's a more likely practical way.
It just seems interesting to me that 2013 was $400,000 less than what we had for 2020. And then we've already taken our sales tax projections way down. 2020 was 1.6, and then in 2021, our projection drops to 1 million. Then it goes up to 1.1. It stays at 1. So we've taken it down considerably back to 2013 numbers.
Yeah, it doesn't make, I agree with you, it doesn't make sense because Wayfair decision was in 2018. So there's really.
Yeah, Amazon started early, I believe. They were frustrated with the whole mix up and basically said, we're going to start collecting it whether you tell us to or not so that we don't get trouble. And that's how I remember it. I could be wrong, but I think they started earlier than the Wayfair decision, but
2017.
Yeah, it wasn't 2013. So
No, 28. I thought it was 2017, but anyway, it's only been 5 years. Before that, they didn't have any obligation to, and that's what Wayfair was all about.
Well, we'll do some of that research and we'll put it on a future study session.
Good.
And try and get some additional information for council on that, and then we can get a further definition for that assumption for the next budgeting process.
For that baseline we'll need. Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds great.
it's a key piece of information for the sales tax discussion in general.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, we would need it for potential campaign types of issues as well. The last one I had was the the year-over-year increases in the capital fund. Previously that we had a methodology of using it based on some calculations about specific turnover of vehicles and things like that. And then there's discussion about the 2% increase that to match the overall approach of some of the other funds like the general fund. So we can do either. So what would council prefer to see?
Well, I also know that you had in the memos the capital, fund at all, and I don't know if there's any council members who want to speak to that about even eliminating the capital fund. I'm not sure that I've heard any sense that is of that direction. I will say that I was on council when we started the capital fund and Alex proposed it, and it was basically holding the reserve place for the city and county buildings, so that the large expenditures. So it's kind of a proxy for our reserve expenses that we were holding to pay for the new city and county building. That's what it was. And then, so as that money decreases in the capital fund, that's really a decrease in the reserve that earlier councils had put away to pay for the new the new city center. So and John Mead Park and Public Works, as it turned out. So, and when that's exhausted, that's kind of exhausting that reserve that we intended at the time I was on council to pay for the city center. And as far as the 2% too, that was my suggestion, just because we had to, I said, let's match our expenses on capital. Obviously a truck or a snowplow today is going to cost more in 20 years, right? So, what assumptions are we making for increases in cost and inflation? So that's kind of an inflation adjustment, because I said, let's use the same one that we had for revenues. So at least we have revenues and expenditures kind of on the same going up. Let's make the assumption that revenues and are going to increase along with inflation, just as something to use.
Russell, quick question. There's all this conversation around all of a sudden in the next year or 2 years, we might get the inflation might actually catch up. And I think some of the businesses, they're not just assuming, at least for the next couple of years, 2-3% that we're used to now or less, that there might be a massive, inflation all of a sudden. Now, I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, there are several of our contracts, obviously they're multi-year contracts, right? But we also have contracts that we renew on an annual basis. There's no way we can predict what that inflation may be that everybody's talking about for the next year or two. But I think how do we handle that? If it's higher, we just got to go ahead and use up more of our money, more of our funds, more of our reserve. Is that what it comes down to?
Well, let me take a shot at that. I mean, I think the assumption, Ashwin, is that our revenues are going to go up by the same amount in inflation. I mean, it may be a bad assumption, but if sales taxes are going up, if everything's more, then the tax on the sales are going to go up as well. I mean, because they're more. Our property properties are going to increase in value along with everything else. So that's kind of the assumption for a long range forecast, is that you kind of assume that at least assume our revenues are going to be the same as our costs, at least that increase. And so far, in the past few years, inflation has been great. But you're right. I mean, they could throw everything out of whack, but that's why we have a reserve amounts, right? And that's why it's best to have at least, the same amount in reserve as we have in our, annual revenues. And that's kind of a nice conservative, rule of thumb to have. And that's, Earl mentioned that in his letter. That's true. And a lot of these municipalities that I've talked to after COVID, they had a lot of reserves. Their requirements may be low, as Jessica said, but actually their actual reserves were very high, and they were very glad of it, that they had these reserves at the time of COVID to come in and do things. So it's always better, obviously, it's always better to have money in reserves for emergencies.
Chris, I'm not sure what the whole question of capital, I think you've got some fairly solid assumptions in there. I know we had some conversation like, well, if the city was in trouble, we could defer refresh of equipment and things like that. But I don't think we should bake that in to the assumptions that you're using for the planning process, long-term planning process.
I think the question is whether we use a more specific targeted approach to the capital fund or just a blanket increase to the capital fund. I understand the point that if we're projecting revenue increases, we should also project expense increases. And I think we do that. That makes a lot of sense, particularly with operating expenses, right? Paper clips are going to go up. Our staff costs are going to go up. Everything's going to kind of track the same revenue versus those. Capital expenditures, I think, are much different though, because we don't have to buy 2% more cars next year than we did last year. The cost of a car is going to go up, but the number and the frequency, and these are very large expenditures. So I think a more specific targeted approach is probably more accurate than just a blanket. Now, that only works so far out in advance, though. I mean, obviously, we don't know what equipment we're going to have to buy in 20 years. We might have some general ideas, but certainly for the next 5 years and probably even for the next 10 years, we can predict with relative certainty, we're going to need these new pieces of equipment. We're going to need this and that. And we factor those specific costs in, obviously at a higher cost than they are now. But I think that is probably more accurate than just a blanket. We're going to spend 2% more.
I should note that Katie, we could do that in the long range forecast, where, for example, just using the numbers you threw out for hypothetical purposes, we could do a projected increase on actuals. We have this many vehicles. We know they're going to turn over on this date for 5 years, and then after that, do some more long range approach where we do it based on a certain percentage. So we could do a hybrid in that circumstance if that matters to council.
Well, I think that sounds fine. I mean, if the numbers don't turn out to be materially different, it isn't going to matter. And if they do turn out to be somewhat different, then it should be more accurate if you do the first 5 years based on a more accurate representation of needs.
Our goal is to get the best estimate. We know it's a guess and speculation, particularly 20 years out. But yeah, if we can get, however we can make it the best, our best estimate, Chris, I think go for it.
Okay, we'll work on that hybrid approach, and then through the budget process, if council members are uncomfortable with it, we can adjust.
Yeah, I will say that some things like asphalt. I mean, there are, just as an example, asphalt is so dependent upon the price of oil. So if oil, all of these numbers, who knows, right? So, it may be right. It likely won't be that in 10 years or 15 years, but all we can do is is to do, I think, is a percentage in the longer term, because we don't know what's going to happen.
The last, so those four were the first question. The second question, before we jump to the Highline real quick, we had discussed possibly enlisting the services of a public affairs consultant. Is that a process? Starting an RFP process? Would you like to see staff take that on now, or do you want to wait and have some further discussions?
Any thoughts?
I don't think it necessarily hurts to bring a few in and at least interview them with no commitment that we've got an assignment for them at this point. But if that's the direction we're heading, I think to bring a few folks in and talk to them about the ideas that the city's talking about right now and get their ideas back might be helpful.
Councilor Sheldon, just to make sure I'm following you, less a formal process where we send something out and people formally respond. You're thinking more like we could just reach out to a couple of known entities and have a chat more than.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're suggesting we absolutely have a defined scope of work for them, which I don't think we do yet.
No, I would agree with that completely. I just want to make sure I'm hitting the target. That's all.
That's what I would suggest, is more of an informal chat about, seeing if we have the right firm, and maybe we don't. If we call 2 or 3 of them, and if we don't have the right firm, and I don't know what the procurement process is, I'll let you get, staff figure that out. But I would suggest we have more informal discussions with them. If we agree right now that we're not going to be hitting November of 21, I don't think it's absolutely necessary to get out to an RFP right away to go solicit those proposals.
I've got 2 firms I've worked with in the past, not necessarily me individually, but that I know that we could probably bring in for that.
Sure.
And so I guess I would just, my strong recommendation is that we get at least 2 council members in that informal meeting, though, because it is so politically intertwined with council activities.
Yep.
So if you guys could pick 2 and let us know who that is, we can coordinate with who those 2 folks are and try and get some informal meetings set up, and then council members can report back to the rest of council about how that went.
I think the first step would be really helpful for just to collect names if people know. I can talk to CML and get their list, but if we can collect names of those who run ballot initiatives in Cherry Hill Village or South of Denver and know this area, it's a big, that's what we're looking for. So,
all right, so I'll work on getting some names for council, and at in one of my reports at a future council meeting, I'll bring those names up and provide those to you. And then
we have a resident in the village, and I don't know if that makes sense to have a resident in the village be part of this team, but he's with a local affairs group, and I think they're about as good as anyone in town at what they do. And I've already sent Chris their contact info while we were on break. I don't know if that to me might be a conflict, having a resident involved, because what if the resident sees very strongly one way or the other, may not see the way that we're trying to pitch this thing. I don't know. I'd open that up to discussion, but we may find that a lot of times when we go seek proposals, we have residents that are, principals of the firms.
Well,
they are one of the 2 that I had in mind, by the way. They are extremely well known. That is for certain.
I think one thing we'll probably need to give some thought to before we even sit down with them preliminarily is running a campaign takes money, and it can't be city money. So, their first question for you is going to be, what are you looking to spend? And the answer is, well, we can't spend anything. That's why I was saying we need a group of citizens who are going to mobilize and organize it. Who's going to go raise money? Who's going to ask for money? Who's going to pay this PR firm? If all we're asking for is some polling or, I don't really know. I
was pretty sure I heard Earl Holland at one point say that he'd write a check, stroke a check for the whole thing.
Fund it. You know, I think though that those are all great questions, but at the same time, to get to know who's out there, what their capabilities are, what their track record has been, those sorts of things. And for that matter, what they might figure something like this might cost. Seems like it would be, time well spent, that we're not making a commitment to them.
Well,
But
it's our time well spent. I don't know that it's time well spent for them. I mean,
Well, the introductory
there's no-
meeting.
there's no-
Katie,
No, that's their business.
Sales call.
They'll have lunch.
Yeah, no, yeah, there, and, fair enough, but if there's no money to do anything, then it's really a moot point. I mean, we can pay for some polling, I would imagine, before it's a ballot issue, but we really can't do anything else. No mailings, no yard signs, no, organizing volunteers going door to door. As a council, we could do it as individuals, but.
Chris, I would say if you can.
No money here.
If you can get if you can get a couple of firms in to talk, I think that'd be worth it. Just a non-committal discussion about it, a fact finding, a business development, kind of meeting, that'd be helpful.
A suggestion would be having Counselor Sheldon and Blum sit in on those meetings. So you guys have some kind of context for this, right?
I think Katie's the most astute politically, so I think Katie should be involved.
Well, that's a good point. Katie does, you do have that background.
I'd be happy to, or if other people would like to do it as well, I'm happy to, sit this one out, whatever.
I think
If there's somebody else who wants to do it, speak now, and if not, then I'll do it.
I think, Katie, your input would be essential since you've been down that road.
Many times.
And frankly, Ally, this has kind of been your baby here for the last few years, kind of championing the finances of the city since Earl went off. I would probably suggest that you might be a little more better suited for it than me, although I'm happy to do it if you don't want to.
No, that's fine. But I'm gonna rely on Katie's. Katie's been down that road because I've never been down that road. The campaign I ran took me $200, and that was it.
So, Chris, I don't know if that gave you the direction you need. I thought we had one more topic to talk about before we got to the Highline Canal. Are you done with your list?
Yeah, the assumptions for the budget and the public affairs consultant. Those
Were
are my
we going
two.
to touch on mill levy reduction conversation right after lunch hour?
I thought we ran out of time.
Oh, yeah, we're out of time.
Yeah, that's my running joke that will never die.
Fine with me.
So I did think that we had come to the conclusion that understanding if a mill levy reduction is appropriate would be so intertwined with the other questions that we can't answer today, specifically related to a use tax or sales tax, sales tax policy change, or a use, construction materials use tax. So I was operating that we would circle back, and it was the issue is not put to bed, but that until we answer some of those other questions first, it'd be hard to talk about this.
Fair enough. So that's fine with me. That's fine.
We definitely can't put ourselves in a position where all of those issues are on the ballot at once and we end up with a mill levy reduction and nothing else. I mean, we really cannot do that. So,
The point that we can do a mill levy reduction by council and not a vote, and then move it around is really, we have some flexibility for that. But I will say the mill levy comes up a lot, and our mill levy is 14.5. Every time it comes up with Greenwood Village and Inglewood, we're always say, wow, all that mill levy, and we are high. Although if you look at our tax bill, it doesn't really make that much difference. All our money goes to the Cherry Creek School District, really. So they have a huge, all the mills were there.
All right. So
So we
so
want to
I'm
talk about the Highline Canal?
Yeah, and again, this is just, it's almost more like an information, it is long range, but it's almost like a more informational thing. I'm going to turn it over to Jay, so I got to turn my audio off.
All right, can you all hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
How about now? Is that better?
Yep.
Better.
Yeah, that's even better.
So the next issue that was on our agenda is the potential IGA with Denver Water. So I will talk a little bit about this. So a little background. Denver Water has agreed to keep ownership of the High Line itself. And as part of that process, they're asking that the local jurisdictions take over the maintenance responsibilities, not just the trail that we currently do, but all of the responsibilities for the channel, the trees, the vegetation, the entire management of that. So the IGA, and there's a couple of them out there. Greenwood has the IGA already signed with Denver Water because they wanted to go ahead and do some stormwater improvements. And so they signed on to the IGA, which included the stormwater improvements and the overall maintenance of the High Line Canal right away. Now for Greenwood, that was only about half of the High Line in their jurisdiction because it was a pilot program. But Denver Water has explained that the IGA will be for all of the maintenance within each jurisdiction. So as I mentioned, there are several pilot projects underway. Denver has one, Aurora and Greenwood. And those are pilot projects for the stormwater improvements. And now a number of jurisdictions are putting together a maintenance agreement to look and see what those costs would be to hire a number of contractors to perform the needed maintenance across all of those jurisdictions to try to realize some savings. There aren't any numbers finalized on that yet. I do have some calls out. So as soon as that agreement is finalized, we can see what each of those jurisdictions are paying on a per mile basis for that work. The Conservancy and Denver Water and Urban Drainage are also involved in that effort. So as I mentioned, the IGA contemplates jurisdictions taking over full responsibility, including the installation of stormwater capital improvements, the maintenance related to those improvements, any new stormwater flows, existing stormwater flows, and the overall maintenance of the tree canopy, vegetation, and the recreational amenities. So these are the improvements that are proposed in the High Line Stormwater Study. The red, I think they're octagons, would be actual water quality berms that would be put in the High Line within Cherry Hills. And then the green triangles or diamonds, which are a little hard to see on this map, would be newly constructed overflows. So those stormwater berms would direct the water to these overflows only when the water actually overtopped the High Line or it was that full with stormwater. And so these proposed improvements are on this bottom chart here. So the actual capital, the estimate in that plan is about just over $1 million. And the yearly estimate right now for maintenance from that plan is about $41,000. That's only the stormwater improvements. Right now, the estimate for the channel and trail maintenance is $3,000 to $5,000 per year. We think that's a pretty good estimate. We spend
$5,000 per mile.
Per mile, I'm sorry, not per year, per mile per year. We think that's a pretty good estimate based on what we currently do with our staff. We do some safety trimming with our tree company. So that maintenance estimate we think is pretty good because we do just the trail right now. So it would include some more of the channel. So it's higher than what we're actually spending, but seems to be a pretty good estimate. And then the estimate we have right now for the tree canopy is about $25,000 per year for the work that would be inside of the city's jurisdiction. That may go down as we get some of these older trees taken care of and the safety hazards are going away. But right now, that's just the estimate that we have. And just what we're talking about in the budget, and these are not projects that we have committed to by any means. These are projects that were outlined in the master plan outside of the stormwater and trail maintenance issues. There were a few, these are more signage improvements at Quincy Farm on the High Line, some improved ADA access, those type of things. Some proposed trails within Blackmere Common to make some connections to the High Line. Some changes in the crossings at Quincy and Colorado. So these are just projects that we as a group came together and included in the master plan. Again, there's nothing we have committed to. These are just possible improvements. So staff is recommending that before we move forward with an IGA, that we have a study done for.
I'm a city councilman. Can I call you back in about, I'll be done in about 20 minutes.
For the stormwater portion of this, a lot of the work, all of the technical work has been done in the High Line itself. They've looked a little bit downstream, but we want to make sure that we have enough information so council can make an informed decision about the downstream channels, pools, existing conditions, and if other improvements were needed, would we need cooperation with private property owners, those type of things. We'd like to get a better developed and obtain a more accurate cost estimate for the construction of those improvements, as well as the maintenance of those stormwater improvements. And then we are hoping that we will have more information as these other jurisdictions have had their pilot programs going for a while, to see what their experiences are, their costs for the actual installation, their maintenance costs, and then of course the pilot program going on right now for the vegetation and channel maintenance, to see how those costs comes out, how that program works, and hopefully we can join that in the future then to try to save some money and get some of that work done at a lower cost. So these again are the cost estimates that went over the capital estimates at $1 million and 40,000+ per year for stormwater, and then 3,000 to 5,000 per mile, and then 25,000 for the trees. I can answer any questions, or council can start discussion as they please.
I've got some questions. Jay, you just said, you just mentioned we could talk to all the other jurisdictions who have signed up for the pilot. Has anyone else signed up besides Greenwood Village?
Aurora and Denver have some stormwater pilot programs going, and then the maintenance pilot program that they're working on.
Yeah, but just for the stormwater.
Yes. Okay. Greenwood has theirs, and then Denver and Aurora have stormwater pilot programs. So those are the...
If we do nothing right now, the master plan budget for those proposed amenities and improvements that you just had up, if we did nothing right now, would eventually those get funded by others and get improved within the city's limits of the canal?
I don't think that would happen. If we did nothing on the stormwater side, we could continue status quo. We wouldn't we continue to get requests as lots above the Highline Canal and next to the Highline Canal develop and redevelop for putting stormwater into the canal. Right now, we don't want to do those piecemeal projects and, you know, take over the entire maintenance so one property owner can use it as a stormwater conveyance system. So I'm not sure how the future would go, but if we stayed status quo, we wouldn't have to do any stormwater improvements unless our hand was forced somehow, but we haven't committed to do those to any extent at this point.
Okay. The 25,000 for the study that's going to happen in 2021, we already budgeted that in 2020 for the calendar year 2021, correct?
Correct.
I think I have two more questions. Whatever happened with Mile High Flood District's involvement in this project from a bigger global standpoint? And maybe that's a question for Chris or for Russell. I don't, you know, since they stopped doing the Highline Canal Working Group meetings a while back, and I don't know if it was coincidental with COVID or if it was because the Conservancy Collaborative or the Highline Canal Collaborative formed and the working group went away, but I haven't heard an update really on what Mile High Flood, formerly Urban Drainage's involvement is, because last I heard at one of those working group meetings, the Urban Drainage, now Mile High Flood, was talking about possibly becoming the maintenance arm, and possibly ownership, but maintenance arm for the entire stretch.
Well, they are actually still part of the agreement. So if we did sign the IGA with Denver, there is currently no funding from Urban Drainage directly that I know of. They may fund some of those projects, but they would oversee the actual engineering and make sure that any stormwater improvements go in are the ones that were on the plan, and they work with the other 100 or so stormwater improvements along the entire stretch of the High Line. So then that whole model continues to work. So they are the gatekeeper of the model and making sure that any improvements are per the plan.
All right.
I haven't heard of them bringing in any funds unless, you know, it was partnership funds and utilizing some of the funds that they have available for stormwater improvements.
Wishful
And
thinking, Dan, wishful thinking.
What's that?
Wishful thinking.
Yeah. One other question, not totally related to this. Well, it is kind of related in an ancillary way. If we agree to this and we engage in this IGA and we start this pilot program and we start eventually building our own stormwater facilities and we start accepting resident stormwater, do we have a new sense of liability that we have now taken on as a city by being the owners of this stretch and being responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of this stretch if somebody were to flood?
So I can answer that a little bit, Dan. We won't be the owners of it. So Denver Water, we tend to be owners, and usually the liability for that kind of, you know, collapse or something goes with the owner. And Denver Water is continuing that role. As far as, you know, what if there's a defect in the design, the engineering of it, that's Urban Drainage. So they're the ones who are going to be dictating and approving the engineering design.
Whoa.
What about a failure of maintenance, though?
Yeah, you know, it depends on what kind of maintenance, and you're right. If we're just talking about, you know, the mowing the grass and stuff, that's maintenance that we're going to be doing. Liability for, you know, taking a tree down, you know, I mean, that's what we'll be doing.
Well,
we already have that. Control structures.
We already have
if you don't maintain the control structures well enough.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if one of these new berms blows out and it's supposed to be diverting water and it blows out and goes downstream and floods somebody's house, is that on the city? I don't know that that bothers me so much, because I think we'll make all of our necessary precautions to avoid that, and may have insurance for that, but I just want to understand what that liability.
So one thing cities have is immunity for a lot of
Hey,
things.
Chris, you're not muted, so you're talking.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Cities have immunity for, unless cities agree to be sued, they can't be sued. So it has to meet very, criteria, as you guys know, in the Colorado Governmental Immunities Act about this in order for the city to be liable. So it's actually cities are in a better position to take on this stuff than others. But I'd have to answer your question exactly. It would be if it's a design defect, that urban drainage did wrong, is their issue. As the owner, Denver Water would be an issue. There might be some kind of, I can't really answer your question. It might be some kind of thing where we didn't, maintain it or do something with it. It kind of depends on who's going to be responsible for actually maintenance of those things. And I don't know that we've gotten down to the weeds that much about who's going to, look at, every year the engineer is going to do it. My sense is that urban drainage is going to be doing a lot of that, maintenance and stuff. If it's an engineering thing that has to do with operation of the stormwater and letting the water out and stuff like that, that's urban drainage's issue. So I don't think we'd be having Jay up there messing around with that. And
Is that right, Jay? I mean, there's
Yeah, what's the 41,000 yearly maintenance estimate then?
So one of the elements that I guess I'm encouraged by that's occurring is that some of the other jurisdictions that are starting to dip their toe in this whole process, and I'll just use trees by way of example. The current arrangement isn't that we are responsible for tree maintenance in the canal. However, if we take this maintenance agreement on, we would suddenly start to be. Well, their hope is that there's a centralized maintenance arm that in essence is responsible. And every time somebody else then signs this IGA, they have the option to go with their own or their in-house maintenance crews. But they also have an option to add on to this firm or whoever it might be that then they know all about the canal, they know what the trees are, they know what the issues are. You get the benefit of a scale, economy of scale. The cost should be a lot lower, and they will become in essence the canal experts, if you will.
But
So
isn't that different from the stormwater improvements? That's like the
Yes.
cutting the trees.
Yes.
And, yeah,
That's-
I'm
that's
talking
the
about.
maintenance side.
I'm talking about the stormwater structures that we would consider building to the tune of $1 million.
Understood.
And
I was
then,
answering, yeah, I was
one of
gonna,
them, and I go back to, I don't remember when this was and who was on council and who wasn't, but we did get sued from somebody riding his bike on the sidewalk and hit an uneven sidewalk, and our insurance company ended up settling, for a lot of money. So I guess yay him. But we do have governmental immunity, but it's not, unqualified if we don't maintain something properly, like that sidewalk, and it fails as a result. And I imagine these structures, dams, berms, they all require maintenance. And I was assuming that was what the $41,000 maintenance cost was. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So if we're responsible for maintaining all those things that we construct and one fails, is there a potential additional liability? To me, it sounds like the answer has got to be yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Well, at a certain level, that's true, but I would offer to you compared to other regional stormwater facilities that everybody in the metro area builds. This particular circumstance with the canal is a little less liable than some others, simply because we have the joint involvement of an ownership that we don't necessarily own, which would be Denver Water, and really the involvement from an engineering perspective from Mile High. So compared to some other regional facilities that are out there, we actually have a little less of liability. I'm not suggesting there's no liability. I'm just speaking.
it sounds like that's going to turn into this.
Totally.
But
Katie,
no,
I mean,
it was the engineer. No,
this
it was
is not-
the way they built it. No, it was.
But this is nothing new. I mean, cities own infrastructure all the time that's subject to failure.
Yes.
And I mean, the sidewalk crack on University Boulevard and the bike guy hitting it happens, right? So I think part of being a city is owning that kind of infrastructure, and you're going to get sued every once in a while. I just want to make sure I understand exactly how this is going to work. And I thought at one point I heard that Denver Water wanted to wipe their hands clean of this thing and actually convey the
Yes.
sections, our 3.5% share or 2.5 miles or whatever it is. I thought they wanted to convey that to us, just like Greenwood taking their 5 miles and so on and so forth.
I know, that's
Is
the
that not the case anymore?
Oh, it's
No,
not
that-
the case anymore. No, and the reason Denver looked, because they started looking at the agreements that they have along the High Line, and also their water rights, and they realized that a lot of those rights that they have along the High Line are personal to Denver Water. Like even Quincy Farm, that agreement they have is they hold with, and Denver Water has access, an easement through there. That's something that Denver Water holds personally. They just couldn't convey it away. So, but there are all kinds of those agreements all along the High Line in Denver. When they started getting into it, they realized that they had to continue to be involved in the High Line. And they also realized they want to, because they have water rights that are dependent upon them running water down the High Line occasionally to water the canopy for agricultural use, so that they maintain their use it or lose it rights for water.
Occasionally, but less and less frequently.
Very infrequently.
Until drainage starts to go in. Right?
No, even after that, even after drainage goes in, they're going to run it occasionally so that they can say that they're using their 1888 water rights, and the issue that was before them and before the water commissioner is watering those tree canopies an agricultural use.
Yeah.
So that was,
and so I'm clear, is the ask in this memo, is the ask whether or not council wants to proceed with the IGA?
There's no real ask. This is just more of an informative discussion, just to give you a long range heads up about this will take more than just this year. This is going to be a multi-year effort. And so we wanted council to be aware of it. If there is any input, great, but it's really more of a discussion item at this point, as opposed to specific action. Now let me follow up on one thing real quick. Councilor Sheldon, I think you're spot on for figuring out the pressure point here. When Denver Water realized that they couldn't extract themselves from this situation, they pivoted, and the dynamic they brought to the table is really what's going to possibly come to bear here soon. Once they realized they were going to be on the hook from a liability perspective as owners, they have quickly made a strategic decision to try and put pressure on local jurisdictions to sign these IGAs to take over the maintenance cost as soon as possible. It's sort of the trade-off, I think, in their mind. I don't think they would phrase it like that. But that's the way I think we perceive it, is that they're like, all right, I guess we'll maintain ownership of it, but you better take it over. We can't do both. And so one of the ways they're going to try and affect that change is when folks upstream of the canal want to develop, they're going to be a reviewing body, and they're going to say, not only can you not release new stormwater flows into the canal, you actually can't release historic stormwater flows into the canal. I'm just warning council right now, that will significantly impact some of our residential lots. They will have to construct a big portion of some of these lots are going to have to be chewed up with detention facilities.
Because they're now conveying their flows into that canal.
There might have been some historic flows into the canal.
Right.
And Denver Water is saying, not until the IGAs are signed.
And so Jay, can you give me an idea? I don't know if there's any way to quantify this, but how many residents would take advantage of this ability to use the canal for stormwater? I mean, I suppose it could be counted how many homes are immediately adjacent, but it's not just those, right? You could be theoretically talking about ones that are 2 or 3 houses removed from the canal that want to use the stormwater conveyance. How big of our population of our city are we talking about having a benefit from this if the city were to enter into this IGA and put the stormwater in place?
The
Just-
biggest portion is the northwest corner, or northeast corner, I'm sorry, in the R4 and R5. That whole area drains into the canal currently, which, you know, Denver Water, as Chris explained, may say, nope, it's time to take your historic drainage out of there. We never authorized it. And then the big lots along the rest of the High Line would benefit. And, you know, it's like you said, those lots above those lots, you know, if the whole historic drainage goes into the canal, you know, it could be a big portion of the all of the homeowners east of the canal.
Yeah, it's primarily going to be the homeowners east of the canal that are going to benefit.
It could be 10% of the population.
Maybe a little more.
Yeah.
15, yeah.
Higher density.
Yeah. I mean, if you just talk about population, it's
Well, not
actually probably
population,
higher than that.
residences. I'm just trying to gauge how, are we trying to solve this thing for, I know we're trying to solve it for the betterment of the canal and Denver Water and multi-jurisdictional cooperation and all these things, but from our residents' perspective, is this something that's going to benefit a good deal of our residents? And it sounds like it will.
Well, and it'll benefit overall everybody because that's how the trees are going to be watered.
That's a good point.
So, I mean, if we don't do the stormwater, then it's going to look a whole lot different.
It's going to dry up.
If Harry
or
were on
you have
this
to
call,
spend-
that's where it would shine. So
We'd have to spend a lot of money for irrigation and along those and that, yeah. So no, it benefits everybody because the estimates are that the High Line will actually have more water in it when the stormwater is fully implemented than it does now as they send it down just once or twice a year.
That's not going to be hard. That's not hard to imagine at all.
No.
There's absolutely that kind of aesthetic benefit, which I think is probably something most of our residents would like, that the canal is going to be more like the canal was, you know, 50 years ago when there was actually water in it and everything that comes with that. I did have that specific question on my list too, Dan, and so thank you for asking it. I guess I did not realize that it's based, do you mean like all of Mansfield Heights, all of Cherry Hills North, Cherry Hills East, all of that drains into the canal?
Yes.
Did not realize that, because I was, you know, it's, there are people who've already had to build detention ponds, right? They've already incurred that cost. And there will be a handful of people who are like, what? And then, you know, there'll be a handful of people that will benefit. And when we're really talking about handfuls, that's a little bit harder. But when we're talking, you know, the most densely populated neighborhoods in the city, that starts to add up significant numbers of residents pretty fast.
Is there any way for us to capture stormwater fees that aren't currently contemplated? Why are you giggling?
Because
this is an
looking for
ongoing
tax
topic.
revenue.
Yeah, it is. But
It's the Stormwater Authority.
that's what it is. Yeah. And Councilor Sheldon, you're spot on. It's absolutely something we've been talking about is how to account for this. You know, there's a lot of jurisdictions that do a stormwater authority that then basically in essence turn it into a utility. Those are always fun utilities to get off the ground. Residents will invoke some very inflamed language like rain tax, you know, things like that. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on. The textbook way to handle this would really be through a stormwater utility.
Yeah, I mean, because if you look at that budget that Jay had up there, we're talking about $1 million worth of infrastructure day one and another $50,000 a year roughly for maintenance, with no mechanism in which to necessarily pay for that.
That's right.
But if we had some kind of stormwater utility fee or whatever you called it, we'd theoretically be able to start paying for that. But I know that that's a whole nother conversation.
It is, and it's not impossible because there's been a number of jurisdictions that have done it.
I think
But
you'd have to, I would imagine that fee would then only
100%.
and then everybody gets the benefit of the water in the canal and the tree canopy and the, I don't know that that'd go over real well.
Yeah.
Chris,
Well,
right now,
I-
I am getting, for example, from the city of Denver, I'm getting every 6 months, I think, one of those bills. And it's not
Yeah.
for every property, I'm paying, I think, $600. It's like almost $1,000 a year that I'm giving for each building to Denver. I think it's
Now, there
it's pretty
are
high.
ways that there's ways that you handle it. So in Denver, for example, they do it by basin. So there's different utility rates based on each basin, because each basin has a different set of capital
Right.
and maintenance responsibilities. So it's not a universal rate across the
Right.
board. You then have to do an engineering study to justify those rates per basin. I mean, it is not a simple endeavor, but it certainly is something that has been done multiple times throughout the state.
No,
I
and
thought
Katie,
it's
when you
done
talk
in
about,
Denver based on a square footage.
Yep.
Of impervious.
Yes.
Land.
Katie, when you talk about, you know, your residents getting upset that they're not, that other folks are getting the benefit of them paying these fees or whatever, I mean, it's no different than anywhere else. I mean, if you looked at Semswa, they've got a fee for all the Arapahoe County and Centennial stormwater, and I'm allowed to go recreate in their facilities.
But we don't have any fee right now.
I'm just saying if we had one.
I know, but if all of a sudden you now start telling us we have to start paying this fee, and the question is, well, why do we have to start paying this fee? Well, we've got to build all this stormwater infrastructure for the Highline Canal.
Yeah. Well, maybe the answer is, and I'm just throwing it out an idea, and I don't know if this is even feasible, but you drew a boundary that is benefiting from this stormwater.
Everybody's benefiting from it.
No, but I'm saying from a pure capturing of your stormwater, not from aesthetics from the trees in the canal, but I'm sure you could actually define which basins are flowing into that canal and then put a polygon around that thing. And anytime those residents come in for a building permit or a whatever, they get hit with a little smidgen of something to help pay for it.
Wouldn't they have to put in a bunch of infrastructure and expense if we, I mean, we're signing an IGA that gives us some rights to drain stormwater in. If we didn't sign that and the stormwater was no longer permitted by Denver Water, wouldn't there be a cost to an alternative to carry that water off? So, I mean,
don't know what that alternative would be. I mean, how is that even possible to take every neighborhood over here? There's nowhere to even build a pond. I mean, there's.
No, I know. But the point I'm trying to get to is that I think it really does benefit that group of people who are able to have their lots drained, versus there's an alternative that's going to be probably a lot more expensive for them if we don't do this. So it would seem to me that,
Well,
that's
maybe. I mean, the thing is, right, I guess that right now we have the power of inertia. So Denver Water comes tomorrow and says, no, you can't do that. You can't drain into here anymore. Okay, what do you want me to do? Put up
sandbags?
You get sandbags? I mean.
Well, yeah, but I mean.
You can tell me that we can't, but there's no way to stop it at this point. So.
I don't know.
Being forced to build an alternative seems really unlikely and completely unfeasible. And I feel like you'd lose that.
I'm coming around to this whole thing about the stormwater and this IGA. But if you remember, like 6 months ago, we talked about this at a council meeting, and I strongly urged council, we need to sit tight and see some other pilot programs and how they turn out. And I don't know that I've heard of quite enough about how it's working in the other pilots, especially Aurora and Denver. We've heard a little bit about Greenwood, and I've talked to some of the Greenwood folks a little bit, and they're slowly chipping away at trying to figure out how it's going to work and whether it is working. Maybe we need to take one step back and just hear from the other jurisdictions if how far along they are, if it's working.
I wonder if we might just ask Harriet to come to a council meeting and give us an update.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Maybe
Sure, we can do that. And just to be clear, we're not talking about an IGA in the next few months. We're talking about after the study is completed. So this is down the road for sure. And I think the study that we're talking about is going to help provide some of this insight that we're talking about.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So I don't want council to feel pressured that, we need to start making decisions today or anything like that. Yeah, I absolutely think the study is going to help tee this up for us to be able to really, help answer a lot of these
And
questions.
the study, Chris, we engaged, which engineer is doing the study?
We haven't done the RFP yet.
Oh, okay.
So we haven't selected anyone yet. So like I
It
said,
is a study engaged by City of Cherry Hills Village for the benefit only of Cherry Hills Village, correct?
spot on. That's right.
Okay.
And in terms of talking to people, I love Harriet and I'm always happy to hear from her. I'd be more interested in hearing from the city, the cities that are participating and what their challenges.
Oh, I agree. Harriet might be in a position to be able to tell us what all those different cities are doing. So she might be one person who could, answer for all of them. She should know. So, or the better though.
But she's the same person who's trying to sell us on the IGA. So I think what Katie's saying is we may want to have
the
city stormwater manager.
Both opinions,
come in.
perhaps both opinions would be.
Yeah, have the city stormwater manager come in and tell us how it's going.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we've got some good next steps over the next number of months. So we'll get started on that process probably in the spring with an RFP process. So stay tuned for that. And then I think I would expect there to be a presentation to council shortly after a selection is my guess. So stay tuned. Looking at the clock.
Yeah, we've got 1:56. We have 4 more minutes. Anything else anybody wanted to raise before we?
Within 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
No, we're good.
All right.
Save your energy for tonight.
You got it.
So
We'll see
we're
you
back
both
on
at
at 5:30, correct?
5:30? 5:30.
5:30.
Okay. Sign on 5:30.
Awesome.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
And just real
Thank
quick,
you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
if I could, I just want to take a moment, since today was primarily exclusively the retreat and tonight's going to be different topics. So while we're still talking about the retreat, I do want to take a moment to recognize, and normally I think with the retreat, there's a variety of topics that are sort of across the board. Today's retreat primarily focused on, our budget issues. And for that, it put a lot of opportunities on the table for Jessica to really do well today. And I want to thank her and applaud her efforts. It was an unusual retreat from that perspective.
Yeah.
So
Very good.
hats off.
Thank you, Jessica.
Jessica, if you could do 10 more versions.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
See you guys tonight.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah.